Yes, it is that time. Time once again for Captain's Cast. Ahoy! Ahoy and welcome aboard! This is the Captain's Cast on the Swords and Starships channel, and I am your host, Captain Garrett. Hi, how are you? As the great El Rushbo used to say, earbud problems. Jeez. You know what? It's really interesting. I'm watching two whodunits, and it's very interesting to compare it. That would be TV series whodunits. That would be in the Blake Snyder Save the Cat genre, and the first would be Reacher, and the second is True Detective Season 4. What a fascinating comparison between these two. I have I have both complex and simplified thoughts about True Detective. So we will get into that. Kill the music, Mr. Producer. Get it out of here. Get it out. We got a show to do. Madam Web, rumor has it, internet rumor has it, that Madam Web is going to be rewriting the origin of the "with great power comes great responsibility" line. This is very concerning to the captain. But also, I watched Godzilla -1 minus color, which is my third viewing of the film, and I gotta tell you, folks, it just gets better every time. This film, it has a special place in my heart. It's just one of those movies that the captain just has on that mental shelf of, like, I can always reach for that one and feel a little better about things. So, like, you know, Lord of the Rings is up there. Gladiator is up there. The Count of Monte Cristo is up there. Star Trek First Contact right there on the shelf. And right next to all those great movies, Godzilla minus one. And I watched the original film, the original 1954 Godzilla film, because I'm working on some videos for that. And I got to tell you, I had no idea just how faithful Takashi Yamazaki was to, like, the original visual elements and the original themes of the film, the very first Godzilla film. I mean, he had some clear scenes in -1 that were direct homages to that original film. And then seeing it in black and white, wow. So a lot to talk about there. And what else? I have more good news for you. I mean, Reacher's pretty good, but what did I have? I had something in the stack of stuff. Oh yes, of course, it's in the title. How could I forget? We're going to talk a little bit, as we do on this channel, about the concept of being a professional. That is, in the sense of being an artist or an entrepreneur or whatever. If you're pursuing something that is a higher calling, there is such a thing as the amateur mindset and the professional mindset. And Daisy Ridley had an opportunity to demonstrate the amateur mindset, as so many before her and so many after her will, when asked about toxic fandoms and misogyny or whatever the hell it is. And to the surprise of the world, she demonstrated she's a professional and a class act. So we're going to talk about that because, hey, I'm tired of the bad news. I want some good news in the world, you know? However, there's nothing we can do about the fact that True Detective is kind of a dumpster fire, so which is disappointing to me. So we're 2 for 4 seasons at this point. So we'll get into that. What's happening? Well, ahoy, Fu Man Blue. How are you? Good to see you here. Welcome aboard. Tom is here. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, he is. Ahoy, Captain. Ahoy. We are live on YouTube, Rumble, and X, formerly Twitter. So check us out. Give us a like. Give us a follow. We got lots to talk about. Sip of coffee. You know, I got to see the Dune Part 2 trailer in the theater twice because I did a double feature. Oh, that's right. I totally forgot to make... This shows you how I didn't really like this film very much at all. But I went to see this film ISS. I'm literally putting it in the stack of stuff in real time because I'm like, don't forget to talk about ISS. Uh, this film about these astronauts trapped on the International Space Station, and suddenly a nuclear World War III, a nuclear holocaust breaks out on the surface of the Earth below, and they're like, oh my God, what are we going to do? Now, when I saw the trailer for this, I was like, now this is a super intriguing idea. And like, there was so many tantalizing philosophical themes to explore there. So like, I was into this when I saw this trailer. I was less interested in the kind of main driving thread of the story, which is that both the Russians on the station and the Americans on the station have both been given orders to take control of the International Space Station. And it's now become this sort of standoff. I'm like, yeah, okay. I guess you need something to happen up there for it to be a movie. Because I mean, if it's just about like they see the Earth going to hell, I don't know. How do you make a movie out of that? I think the answer to that question is, well, you don't. Like, you just don't. Because this is a Black Mirror episode. This was a 1 hour, tight little Black Mirror what if scenario. That's it. That's all this was. And they tried to turn it into like this really just nail biter blockbuster movie. And it did not work at all. Could it have worked? I don't know. I really don't know. But the movie's quite a mess. And it is definitely leaden. It is weighed down by just the DEI malaise that has infected all of storytelling. And I don't know if to some extent that's present in the story. To some extent, it's probably just present in just the mediocrity, the institutionalized mediocrity of modern filmmaking. It's really, it results in very bizarre, how can I put this? Like for no reason, it just results in plots that are confused. They're muddled. They don't have a clear primal through line. True Detective is kind of the same deal. It's like, it's not like it's awful, but it's so, there's nothing driving you to just have to know what's going to happen in the case of ISS, or what did happen to the victims of this crime in the case of True Detective. There's just no part of me that feels drawn to get those answers. I'm not that concerned about whether the Americans or the Russians are going to take over the station in the whole movie, which is bad because that's what the whole movie's about. And there was actually, I think, it's kind of a dopey movie, but I liked it, and it's called Life with Ryan Reynolds, and it is a monster in the house story about a Martian life form that starts snacking on the crew, just starts eating it's basically an alien type film. It's an alien film, but it's, interestingly enough, I feel that film was more successful at exploring some of the interesting themes of like, is there life out there? And what would it mean if humans discovered life? And how fascinating would that be? Like there's not a lot of that, but there's just enough of that. Because it is a slasher movie in space. It's not supposed to be super deep, but that in and of itself has a kind of depth to it in the film. I'm talking about Life, okay? Not to be confused with an older film of the same name. It's called Life with Ryan Reynolds. Came out a couple of years ago. Gosh, it's probably like 8 years ago now. I watch it every now and then. It's pretty good. It's kind of a ripoff of Alien, but it's a really good cover band of Alien. You know what I mean? And the fact that the film itself is a little bit vapid in that it's really just about, oh, look how beautiful this life form is. Ah! It's like, that's it. After that point, it's like, I hate this thing. I want to kill it, but you can't kill it because it's an indestructible life form. You know, it's like, ah! Yeah, that's what the film turns into instantly. However, that in and of itself is kind of an interesting commentary. It's like we have this sort of curiosity and this lofty spirit of exploration, and we have this reverence for the idea of alien life. And it's like, what if we discover alien life and it's like, oh, your lunch. Like, that's all it is. It just wants to eat us. That's all it is. It's like, trust me, we're better off alone. That's kind of the theme of the movie. We're better off if we're just alone in the universe. And I thought, that's actually pretty interesting. It gives you something to kind of ponder. I at least enjoy the entertainment value of that. This film, ISS, has none of that. It just has none of that. It's like, I don't find myself curious about what it would mean if the Russians took over the station or the Americans took over the station or they decided both of them to just work together towards something. I find myself not at all intrigued, not at all wondering how that's going to work. And so the effect that it has is I spend most of the film just feeling bored, frustrated. I feel like all the things I'm curious about in this film, it won't touch. Okay, I'll give you one example. We've swerved into ISS review. We've swerved into my ISS review. That's what happens on the Captain's Cast. Things just happen. Okay. So they're on the International Space Station. They're looking out the window at the beauty and wonder of Earth, and then suddenly, bam, there's a flash. A nuclear bomb goes off. Oh my God, what was that? Bam, there's another one. Oh no, there's another one. Before you know it, the whole planet is being bombarded with nuclear weapons. That's terrifying. It's terrifying. The very first thing that happens is one of the Russian astronauts, cosmonauts, I guess, as the case would be, says, close the windows, close the windows. Now, at first, the captain allowed this, okay? Because I figured, well, he's worried about radiation, perhaps. I don't know if that's exactly how that would work, but he's worried about radiation coming through the windows. Maybe. I don't know. There's like a technical reason, I'm assuming, that he's like, no, close the windows, right? I actually don't know. I don't know if that's the reason. But then later in the film, there's a astronaut who goes on a spacewalk to fix something. And the first thing he sees is that it's so much worse than they were thinking. It's like the whole, North America is just a sea of flames. Like the whole thing is just in flames, which was actually surprisingly accurate to probably what it would be like. It would just be everything burning because of the wildfires that would be set off. And it's haunting. It's horrifying. And immediately I'm just like, I'm just like filled with like, what is he going to say when he gets back inside the station? What are the other astronauts thinking? Are they not picturing how bad this is? Because, just those things are going through my mind, right? And the first thing he says is, talk to me. I don't want to look at this, which somewhat understandable. But then he says, keep everyone away from the windows. Don't let anyone look out a window. Now, first of all, if you are aware that a nuclear war is going on below you, who is going to be able to keep you away from that window? Like who? Like nobody's going to keep you away from it, especially if you're worried about, oh, my kids are down there. As one astronaut, that's his situation. My kids are down there. You think I'm not going to be looking out the window? I mean, so number one, that's stupid. And number two, that's what happens. Nobody looks out the windows at the destruction below for the rest of the movie. In fact, for the rest of the movie, most of the characters don't even really seem to worry that much about it. They're like, well, shit, that happened. We got to worry about this thing going on the station. Like, who's going to stab who here? And it's like, well, listen, that's a factor. But how is nobody pondering, like, what's the future of humanity? Is there a future? Because there's a part of the film, there's a subplot in the film that, like, there's suspicion about who wants to take the Soyuz rocket and escape. And I'm thinking, escape where? to the sea of flames that is the Earth now? To the irradiated wasteland? What are you escaping to? Nobody even considers a destination. If I were in that situation and I was like, okay, I don't want to suffocate here, where am I going to go? Well, okay, maybe Australia. I mean, in theory, maybe Australia's not been nuked. How about the Solomon Islands? How about... I would probably take my chances in Antarctica, to be quite honest. I'll hunt seals. Nobody's going to care. Nobody's going to care if you club a baby seal if that happens. I'm just saying. So that's probably what... But nobody discusses this. Nobody talks about where they're going. What would they do when they got there? The whole planet is destroyed. What are you going to do? Like, what are you going to do down there? We got to get off this place. To do what? So it's like this whole movie has all these fascinating questions that it refuses to touch while dithering and wringing its hands about things that honestly seem totally pointless to me. Like totally pointless. Okay, minor spoilers for ISS, okay? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, there's a character in the film. She's a Russian babe, and she decides to. How could I put this? She puts into effect an escape plan for one of the ISS personnel. I don't mild spoilers. I don't want to spoil too much in case you want to see it. It's not the worst movie I've seen. I'm not recommending it, but it's not the worst movie I've ever seen. But it's not great either. I don't think you'll like this movie, just based on kind of the crew that hang out with the captain on Sundays. I don't think you're going to like this film for a lot of reasons, because we here are like Star Trek fans, OG Star Wars fans. You know, we like Stargate fans. Like, we understand military structure, okay? We understand those concepts. This is a film written by people who have no understanding of chain of command. They have no understanding of how you actually become qualified to be an astronaut. And to be fair, with DEI standards now, they're probably right. They're actually probably dead on accurate. You don't need to be qualified to be an airline pilot anymore. You just have to have the right skin color, or, share the bed with the right person. And then you get to go, decide that you're a different gender, and then you get to fly planes. So probably it's now the same for NASA. I don't know. I'm just guessing. But there was a time when to become an astronaut was like one of the highest achievements, and the amount of rigorous training and skill and, everything that you needed to achieve that, right? The main protagonist in this movie, Kira, who is a brave, stunning, so brave woman of color. Look, they make a point of this, okay, folks? I don't. But I'm just telling you. That's how the gaslighting works. It's like, anyway. Now, could she be a great character? Of course. She could be a really great character. She's not. The very first scene in the movie is her getting to I totally interrupted myself, but just humor me. She's in the rocket, getting to the station. She's afraid. She's like super scared. She looks like she's going to have a panic attack, right? Now, I thought, well, it's her first mission. Jitters. The captain will allow it. Folks, she's like that the whole movie. She dithers. She never knows whose side she wants to be on. She doesn't even know if she wants to pick a side. She never commits to whether she thinks there's a danger or not. She never has a clear objective. People just tell her things. The weirdest thing about this movie is everyone in this station comes to her to be the tie-breaking vote in every situation. And in every single situation, she expresses no opinion. She gives no orders. And she never decides who she believes and who she doesn't. So I'm like, this is not a leader. Like, this is not a leader character. Yet all the characters in the movie treat her like a leader. It's so pathetic. It's like, it's so embarrassing. And it makes the movie confusing as hell, because it's like, what do any of these characters want? I don't even know what any of them are actually driving at. So back to my example, okay? My mild spoiler example. The Russian babe decides that, I'm just going to say it, the protagonist character, Kira, decides that she is the chosen one. She is Space Jesus, and she is going to carry a cure for radiation down to the surface of Earth. Which is it's a very weak MacGuffin, okay? I'm trying not to swerve into hyperbole here. I'm trying to be, Captain is on best behavior today. Now, that makes sense. Okay, fine. I'm going to take a experimental cure for radiation sickness down to Earth. Forget this whole Americans versus Russians bullshit up here that the boys are into, because that's basically what the movie gets at. It's pretty much all the men, mostly. It's mostly the men that want to knife each other. It's the babes that are like, oh, we gotta do something different. What should we do? Where should we go? I don't know. Here's a cure. Take it to the plant. Take it down to Earth. Okay, maybe I'll do that, I guess. That's literally the energy this main character gives off. Okay, great. So that's her plan. She's going to secretly take the rocket down to Earth, and she's going to carry the cure to the people who now desperately need it. Meanwhile, there's no consideration of like, does she even want to do this? Does she even think this is a good idea? What's she going to do when she gets down to the wasteland? Who's she going to get in touch with? Is she going to Washington that's been nuked? Where is she going? There's no discussion of this. She's just going to drop somewhere on Earth and say, here you go. Here's a cure. I think I'm thinking this movie is dumb as hell. But now, with all that said, what does the Russian babe do? She goes to the life support system in the station. She opens up an oxygen line and she decides to torch the whole station. She's going to light up the oxygen line and blow the whole station to hell. Now, okay, this is a dumb as hell movie. The more I'm thinking about it, the dumber this movie gets. But as it was happening, I was like, what? Aren't you sending Kira down with the cure? Why would you blow up the station? Now, in theory, if I were to be charitable here, I would say she thinks that Kira has by now already boarded the rocket down to... But how could she know that? How could she know that Kira has departed the station? She's about to light the station on fire. Shouldn't she wait for confirmation? But okay, but let's just assume she has some way of knowing that Kira has departed the station, like she saw the rocket. Okay, great. Or she's waiting to see it, whatever. Still, why blow up the station? Why? Like, there's no reason. And one of the characters, she's a Russian, right? One of her Russian compatriots asks her, why are you doing this? No. He says, you don't want to do this, right? She says, you don't know what I want. And I'm thinking, I don't know what you want. I thought you wanted to save humanity with an experimental radiation cure. Now you seem to want to just burn everyone in the station. Why? I don't. So anyway, it's that gives you a sampling of the problems with this movie. None of the allegiances are clear. I think what this movie wanted to be was a psychological thriller. Who can you trust? Who can you not? But it's in the hands of incompetent boobs who just don't know what they're doing. And they do not know how to write competent characters. That's going to be a theme on today's Captain's Cast, is the loss of how to write, like, literally competent. Like, I'm not even just talking about characters that are geniuses. I'm talking about characters that do their job the way a skilled person in that job would be able to do it. Like, they don't have that in shows anymore. True Detective is another example of this, and so we'll get to that. But, yeah, we're talking ISS. I'm sorry, chat. The captain decided to just swerve into ISS review. I saw this movie. It's the movie about Americans and Russians are on the International Space Station. They see a nuclear war start. It's kind of a smaller, it was like a film festival film or something. I thought it was an interesting concept, but as you can tell, the movie is dumb as hell. Yes, Eric Mar is in the chat. Ahoy, Eric Mar. Yes, we're talking about ISS, as I just said. I probably repeated it too many times now. But yeah, I wonder how long before NASA embraces DEI for their astronauts. Well, if this film is any indication, it is well underway. It is like, because Kira, listen, the actress is fine. The actress is fine. I don't really have any issue with her. I mean, how do you gauge a bad performance when it's really kind of a nothing performance? But she's not, you know what it is? She's not like the most unlikable girl boss. You know the type that are just a BI itch on wheels, and you're like, oh my God, I got to put up with this babe the whole movie. Kira's not bad in that department. However, she's like a first-year college freshman the entire movie. Now, when she first arrives on the station and it's her first flight, she's a little nervous. She's just met the crew. They're putting her through the paces a little bit. They're kind of taking the piss out of her. At first, that's fine, and that's kind of what I assumed was happening in the beginning of the film. But when we're halfway through the film and people are coming to her for serious, like serious decisions for no reason, she's not the ranking officer. She's never expressed a definitive opinion on anything, but they're all coming to her for like, whose side are you on? What are we gonna do? And it's like, but she never commits to a decision. She's always afraid. She's always kind of jittery and non-committal about everything. And I'm like, this is clearly who the film wants you to identify with as the leader. But or if not the leader, that kind of diamond in the rough, dude with a problem character who's gonna, they want her to be the Ellen Ripley of the movie, okay? Ellen Ripley is a competent officer in the first Alien film. She's the first officer on the ship. She demonstrates her competence early in the film when she follows protocol and refuses entry onto the ship of the alien organism because she says, oh, that breaks protocol. And then the captain, Dallas, shame on that captain, overrides it because he gets emotional and he loses his objectivity and he overrides her command. But her decision was correct. So that establishes in the viewer's mind that Ellen Ripley is a competent officer, and she was willing to make an unpopular, objective decision that was best for the lives of the crew. That's what is required to have a character like Kira in this film be successful, and she doesn't have any of that. So there you go. Fu Man Blue says, was watching George and Space the Time Fire panel today. Well, thank you, Fu Man Blue. I'm honored that anyone's here. Like, the captain is, I am grateful that anyone is watching me. So I appreciate it. Let's have a barn burner today, shall we? We got lots in the stack of stuff, folks. Settle in. There's plenty to talk about, and this is a positive news heavy episode as well, I hope. But the captain can't help himself if he's got a bone to pick, all right? I'm just warning you. Stormcrow is in the chat. Ahoy, Stormcrow. Wrangler is in the chat. Stormcrow says, hail, my friend. Last night, I think I had my best role-playing moment in my tabletop RPG career. The players were genuinely freaked out. Is that not just pure magic? I mean, when you have just an organic, like when characters, because I like to GM. That's kind of my favorite thing to do. And it's because I'm a control freak when it comes to storytelling. And but what's so magical about tabletop RPGs is that the players are bringing as much story as the GM when they're engaged. And so when you finally when they finally settle into their characters and they start doing fun, spontaneous things that you just couldn't have predicted, that is just pure magic. So I guarantee you, your GM was happy. Your GM was very happy. Wrangler says, at Eric Marr, something out of context for the captain. The chat's just popping off. They're having a great time. They don't even need the captain, and I appreciate that. That's good. That takes some of the pressure off me. I'm like, oh man, I gotta put in a good show. Wrangler says Lord Omasa and Prince Lotor go on a pub crawl. That could be fun. Imagine if Skynet joined a cult and Stormcrow was the cult leader. That's pretty much what happened. Oh, okay, you're talking about your game? Interesting. The lore in Mass Effect is so well done that I kind of missed it like the first dozen times I played through, but the more I played through it like 100 times. The fact that the Geth have a religious element that runs through all three games is such a fascinating element. Like, because right in the very beginning, Shepard sees the Geth worshipping like an idol to Sovereign, and I just find that so interesting that they're worshiping this machine as a god. And then when you meet Legion has these odd little clues that there's something about the Geth that is a religious instinct. They want to find a higher meaning in the universe. It's just so clever. That's so much more interesting than just another movie about, killer robot, murder bot wants to kill all humans. It's like, it's so interesting when science fiction writers find other things to explore. And by the way, the Orville, Seth MacFarlane's Orville, which, let's face it, is just a really good Star Trek cover band, nevertheless manages to introduce several really original concepts that are a lot of fun. And one of those is the character of Isaac, who is the android on the ship. He's basically the Data, but there is such an if you haven't seen it, watch the Orville. There is such an amazing twist with Isaac's people in that show that is just, it's freaking great. It's freaking great, and it's brilliant. And it's sort of one of those things that you always kind of wish could happen on Star Trek, but never could because the status quo had to always be reset on Star Trek, you know? The Dominion War is really the first arc in Star Trek that started to break that, where it was like, okay, the Dominion have invaded, and it's more than a 2-episode arc. Wow. So that's pretty cool. So yeah, there we go. Do I dare put Wrangler? I'm not even going to ask you for an explanation, sir. Did I miss anyone joining the chat? I don't want to neglect anyone in my chat. Everybody's here. Tom is here. Tom is here. All right, cool. And we are live on Rumble and X, formerly Twitter. Okay, so I was talking about ISS. I told you about that to tell you this. So I saw ISS, and then I immediately went into Godzilla minus U1, minus color. And I watched the black and white version. Now, to be fair, all I really wanted was just to see the movie again because I'm working on some videos that are going to be all about Godzilla minus one. That's my project I'm working on. And I'm hoping to have the videos debut next week. But, you know, I'm going as fast as I can. But art cannot be rushed. The artist, the craftsman must have time to allow the work to breathe. So just you have to indulge the captain. But I wanted to see it again, and it's hard. It's scarce. The movie is scarce in theaters. I probably would have seen this movie 5 times, but it was but the black and white version was in theaters. I would have probably seen the color version, but I'm kind of glad that I had no choice because I was like, all right, I owe this a watch in black and white. Now, it's nothing against the concept. I like the idea of black and white Godzilla. But folks, I'm just telling you, the cinematography in Godzilla minus one is so gorgeous. It is such a beautiful period piece. The color palette is such a great part of that film that I just love the color so much in that film that, you know, I if I have a chance to see it another time, I don't want to miss out on seeing it in color again. And so I've seen it 3 times now. 3rd time was in black and white. But I got to tell you, because I'm working on this project as part of my research, I realized I really do owe it to Toho Studios to watch the very first film. Okay? So I watched the very first film, and I was blown away. I was blown away by how many little just careful nods to the original film are placed in Godzilla minus one. In many ways, I think Takashi Yamazaki with minus one has sort of created a spiritual direct sequel to that film. Not a sequel in the lore sense, a spiritual sequel in that it's not a retelling, it's not a reboot, God forbid, it's not a reboot. It's like, let's almost in a way just say, this is the next natural film. If we're just going to tell the Godzilla story again. And it's such a beautiful homage. Like, for example, the train sequence in minus one is almost identical in many ways to the train sequence in the original film. The fact that Godzilla is radioactive and leaves a trail of radiation everywhere he goes there's the fact that Odo Island is his origin. That's a lore detail from the original film that is placed in minus one in a brilliant way. And I almost feel like with a couple, like just with a couple small problems, if you could just explain them with some dialogue tweaks, you could pretty much say that Godzilla minus one is a prequel to the original Godzilla film. I mean, it's this close in terms of how well set up the lore is. So, and one of the things that struck me about watching the original film again was just the fact that it is very much a meditation on nuclear weapons and nuclear war, and the whole idea that there is this weapon that can destroy Godzilla in the original film, 1954. There is a film called the Oxygen Destroyer, a weapon called the Oxygen Destroyer. And it basically liquefies pretty much anything in a pool of water that you dump in there. It just kills all life in a pool of water, and this will kill Godzilla. But the guy who invented it knows that it's going to be turned into a weapon. He invented it for humanitarian reasons. He's a kind of Oppenheimer character who invented this thing, and he's hiding it from the world because even though it has great potential benefits to humanity, he knows what's going to happen. It's going to be turned into a weapon. And even when they come to him and say, we need this to stop Godzilla, he refuses. He refuses to give it to them and says no, because the next person who uses it, it'll be a weapon that'll be used against humanity, and I don't want to add another one to humanity's nightmarish arsenal. And I'm just thinking, and so the reason I bring this up is because then I watched the first Monarch universe Godzilla film with Bryan Cranston, Godzilla 2014. And, the first time I saw that film, this is the American Godzilla with Bryan Cranston, right? First time I saw the film, I remember liking it. I remember being bothered by the fact that Godzilla was not the bad guy. He was this kind of superhero that's beating the Mewtwo. And I remember being just very annoyed by that. This second viewing, which just in the fullness of having watched Godzilla -1 in the original film, folks, I hated it. I hated the American version. I'm like, this film is crap. I was like, this film is crap. And I was like, you know why though? You know why? Because okay, I'll just give you what I'm actually kind of spoiling some of my videos, so I won't get into all of it, but just one little nugget. The origin of Godzilla in the original film and in -1 and in Godzilla 1985, which is a direct sequel to the original film. In all those films, the origin of Godzilla is he was exposed to radiation from human beings testing hydrogen bombs in the Pacific. That irradiation created a monster, which is now, that is the sin that unleashed the monster. Now, that is crucial because those first two films, Godzilla 1984 and 1954 and 1985, those two films I would categorize as monster in the house stories. And in a proper monster in the house story, the monster must be pure evil. It must have been unleashed by a sin, and there must be a house. And always, of course, it's Tokyo is the house, right? Now, third film, -1 in these three films I'm looking at, right? -1 is, in my view, a dude with a problem story because it's organized around Shikishima and his friends. However, the crucial detail is that our sin is what unleashed Godzilla on the world. Now, in the American version, this is the Monarch universe, they retcon that. They change it so that now, I remember thinking when I saw this in the trailer when it came out, I was like, oh, that's a cool idea, right? Oh, that's a cool idea. They weren't trying to test weapons, they were trying to kill it. So in other words, the detonation of the H-bomb on Bikini Atoll was not because of human bloodlust and an ever more self-destructive impulse to create vastly more powerful weapons than we could ever need or hope or want to use. Rather than that, it was that we were trying to kill this monster before he got loose. Now, folks, the problem with that is that it actually converts the sin of which is the real sin, by the way. We really did test it for those reasons, okay? So the issue is there really is a sin, in my view, in testing those weapons. We irradiated our own planets, folks. I think that's pretty messed up. I just do. That's my personal opinion. I think it's whacked out that we ever tested H-bombs. I really do. And because those weapons are so powerful, you can't even believe. They are 100 times more destructive than Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Maybe more, depending on the yield. And how many warheads are... Anyway. But I digress. So that's the sin. Well, they transmute that in the American version to, no, we were actually just trying to defend ourselves as a species against this monster. And I'm like, well, that ruins all of the moral stakes of the story. All of it. It just turns Godzilla into an MCU character. That's all it does. It turns him into an MCU hero. That's it. But it doesn't also help that, like, no single character in the American Godzilla is actually very interesting. Like, none of them. The only character that had real potential was Bryan Cranston's character in that movie. His performance is fantastic. The problem is the film wants his son to be the protagonist, and they kill him off early in the film. And I'm like, I have no connection emotionally to any of the stakes or any of the beats in this American Godzilla film. And the fact that it keeps rotating from character to character to character to character in an almost episodic way, because like the first 20 minutes of the film are around Bryan Cranston, the next like 30 minutes of the film are about his son, the next 30 minutes of the film are kind of more about I think it's Ken Watanabe's character of the scientist, which he shouldn't even be in this movie, like, because we have no emotional connection to him. And then the final 30 minutes of the film is basically just a huge hodgepodge of the Navy admiral and all the Navy ships trying to survive, mixed in with all those other characters, all kind of. It's a mess. It's an absolute mess. And I'm thinking, wow, it's amazing how little I feel when I watch this Godzilla. I watch Godzilla trashing things in that American version, and I'm like, I feel nothing. I really feel nothing. Even though they almost kind of recreated some of the beats from the original film, like the train sequence. They did a modernized train sequence. And it's like, there's a reason why Godzilla Minus One is such an absolute triumph. Like, it nails the emotional story of what Godzilla is about. So there you go. So, but is it worth seeing in black and white? Honestly, I think, cough button, I think the best way, let me check my audio settings too, because sometimes it puts on things I don't want. Okay, cool. I think the best way to see Godzilla Minus One minus color is to first watch the original 1954 film, which I think if you go justwatch.com usually tells you where to find it. Where did I watch it? I think I saw it on HBO Max, maybe? Godzilla 1954. 1954. Yeah. What did I type in? Oh, geez. I typed in totally the wrong thing. Godzilla. There it is. Yeah. You could stream it on Max. HBO Max. So, anyway, watch that film first, then go watch Godzilla Minus One minus color. It's going to blow you away. It's going to blow you away. Like, that, the interesting thing, too, is I know that in filmmaking, when you're actually making like, in the days when black and white films were made, you still had to carefully select the colors. In fact, I would say you probably had to be even more careful about colors and lighting when you were filming a black and white film, because you had to have, even though a suit in the script is described as red, that doesn't mean you can exactly use the right, you have to use the right color that's going to have the right contrast in the film. And so just taking a color film and turning it black and white is not necessarily going to make it look as good as a black and white film from the silver screen era. However, whether intentionally or not, whether they planned this or not, I have to tell you, this film looks gorgeous in black and white. It really does. And I will say, although I still favor if I have my choice, I'd still watch the color version. I do have to say, though, I felt there was something almost slightly different emotionally. My emotional relationship to the characters, it just felt even a little more galvanized by that. I can't really explain it. But all I could say is I have such an emotional connection to these characters. I really do. I'm going to sound super mushy here, but I'm just saying, like, Kishima, Noriko, their adopted daughter, Akiko, Noda, the captain of the Shinsei Maru, the crew of the Shinsei Maru. Like, I feel such all these characters. I'm watching this film for the third time, folks. And even I'm like, oh, I'm probably going to be a little bored this time. I wasn't. And I was like, these characters mean the world to me. They really do. And at no point was I even looking for these characters last year. I didn't even know that this was something I needed in my life until I saw it that first time. And it's like, wow, it just reminded me what storytelling is all about. It just really did. And some of that probably is I just feel a connection, to their story, and it's moving every time I watch it. It's just moving. By the way, Star Fury, if you're out there, oh, you are out there. Ahoy, Star Fury! You arrived just in time. You complained but you changed your mind thanks to an impassioned speech with accompanying music by the captain. But you had first thought in our previous conversations that Shikishima should have died at the end, right? Self-sacrifice and that whole deal. That it wasn't quite dark enough. But actually, I'm watching it the third time, and for some reason, every time I leave the theater, this just leaves my mind and I forget about it. I have no idea why. I think it's because I'm always thinking about all the other things in the movie I like. But the ending of Godzilla Minus One has that great, spoilers, but I think we're, it's safe to spoil now. Has that great moment where you see Godzilla regenerating, which is like, that's the hook. He's not really dead, which is terrifying enough given this portrayal. But I forgot that there's that brief moment where you see on Noriko's neck when her and Shikishima, they're all hugging because they're happy, they're back together. But you see this little like black moving mark on her neck, like she's infected with something. And I was like, is it like, some kind of Godzilla virus, or is it radiation? I don't know what it is. But it's creepy as hell, and I totally forgot. I was like, oh yeah, that's right. I've seen that every time I've seen this movie, but I'm just on such a high. It just goes out of my mind, and I forget about it. But Star Fury says, told you the black and white version would be good. It's magnificent. It's absolutely magnificent. And part of, I think what really helped was I did watch Godzilla 1954 right before I saw it, which was that just made it all the more powerful. It's like these films they're a matched set. The original Godzilla film and this one are a matched set, and it's pretty magnificent, really. It's amazing what you can do when you are faithful to the source material, when you love the source material. By the way, the music, Godzilla's theme from the 1954 film, it had so much more impact in Minus One the third time. Now that I kind of had in my mind like where that theme is playing in the original film, so great. So yeah, keep a sharp eye out there. I'm gonna be publishing some videos on that soon. So yes, why don't we? In fact, I was tempted to watch a review on Godzilla Minus One minus color. However, I want to swerve into something that has caught the captain's attention this week. Now, my dear sailors and starnauts, we are used to a certain level of derision from the ruling artistic, intellectual class of Hollywood. It's whenever they make something good that the fans love, it's because they're geniuses. And whenever they make a woke dumpster fire mess like Echo or Ahsoka or Secret Invasion or She-Hulk or just anything, any D+ series, any of them. That's our fault, folks, because we're toxic fans. I can never forget. I think maybe the worst one of these was when, what was the author? It wasn't Martin. Maybe it was Stephen King. No, it wasn't Stephen King. Who the hell was it? He was like, what? He was one of these prominent like writers or authors. It was George R.R. Martin. I think he was talking about his thoughts on the Star Wars fandom. And he said, I don't understand, or maybe he was talking about Game of Thrones, the show. I can't remember. He was either talking about Game of Thrones or Star Wars, but the principle is the same, because what he said was on Twitter, I don't understand how people can come to hate so much something that they once loved. And that, to me, was one of the most egregious gaslighting comments from any of these creatives. That one hit me right to the bone, because that's coming from supposedly a professional. That's coming from a professional who should know better, in my view, than to think of it that way. And it's like, first of all, sir, Mr. R.R. Martin, we do not hate the things we loved. We love the things we love. We love Raiders of the Lost Ark. We love the original Star Trek films like Wrath of Khan and Search for Spock. We love the original Star Wars trilogy, and most of us love the prequel trilogy in spite of its flaws. You know, not every child in a family can be a winner. We love those things. That hasn't changed. What we don't like is the new things that are garbage that we said, hey, we don't like this. And you said, shut up, nerd, shut up, toxic fan. And then you made it anyway, and we said, we don't like it. Because the thing we love does not flow from the thing we love. We love that thing. We don't like this thing. And he conflates that as we now hate Star Wars. No, we don't. We love Star Wars. Back when it was Star Wars. So it's just a sneering, snide little comment. And we've heard this, you know, but then it's not just that they insult us. They also insult the source, right? Because you have Rachel Zegler over there talking about, Snow White was made in the 1930s and very evidently so. We're just so, and by the way, I cannot watch any of the after, like, if I see so much as, I used to watch all these, but like, I see an after the show featurette where it's like the writers and the directors, they're going to tell me about their creative process. I avoid that. I'm like, oh, get the remote. Stop. I do not want to hear one brainless thing out of these morons' mouths. I don't want them to tell me what they just presented. It's like, I watched it and that's enough. Because they've all got to one-up each other on the message, you know? So imagine my surprise when a recent creative changed that trend. So before I talk about Daisy Ridley's comments, which you've probably seen, I want to kind of add a little context. So if you don't know, I am a great fan of Stephen Pressfield's book, The War of Art. And yes, you heard, it's so funny. I tell people that, like, don't you mean The Art of War by Sun Tzu? No, that's the point. It's a play on words. It's the War of Art. Anyway. So anyway, that is the title of the book. And if you are a creative or even an entrepreneur, I would say it's a great book for you because it's very much about the challenges that creatives face. And any creative endeavor faces these challenges. And he talks about the professional mindset. Now, he comes at this because, you know, the challenge that every writer, artist, filmmaker, singer, entrepreneur faces. A lot of people these days call it imposter syndrome. That's a pretty popular word for it. I don't feel like I deserve this, or who am I to do this, whatever. Some people call it fear of failure. Some people call it fear of success. Some people call it fear of rejection. All those things are a factor. What Stephen Pressfield calls it is resistance, right? It is that invisible force of the universe, which is pushing you away from your keyboard, pushing you away from your musical instrument or whatever it is, right? Because, and all those things like fear of failure, fear of success, rejection, etc., those are all deep-seated biological instincts. We are afraid of being cast out of the tribe. That's a survival instinct. That's why we fear rejection. Generally, there is no creative on the planet, present company included, that is free of this. All artists must face resistance to a certain degree. My theory about why The Winds of Winter is just never coming out, I think that George R. Martin is in the throes of a megaton of resistance. I think that's what it is. And sometimes success can be the worst thing for resistance. It really can. Like success, how many times, as Stephen Pressfield points out, how many times do you see a overnight success in Hollywood, an actor who just has this amazing role and they become instantly famous, and a year later they're in rehab? Success can be very bad. Now, how do you overcome resistance? Well, Stephen Pressfield said the way he gets at it is he cultivated what he calls a professional mindset versus an amateur mindset. He says an amateur is a weekend warrior. An amateur is somebody who's sort of dabbling, they're half in, they're half out, right? What is a professional? A professional at anything is someone who shows up no matter what. I am scheduled to work at 9 a.m. I am here at 9 a.m. ouch, I feel really crappy today. My back hurts. I keep working, right? So it's the fact that when you have a professional mindset, it doesn't matter how you feel. It doesn't matter whether you feel motivated or not. You're here. It also means a couple other things. So to quote from the book, there's a quote from The War of Art. A professional distances herself from her instrument. The pro stands at one remove from her instrument, meaning her person, her body, her voice, her talent. The physical, mental, emotional, and psychological being that she uses in her work, she does not identify with this instrument. It is simply what God gave her, what she has to work with. She assesses it coolly and impersonally, objectively. The professional identifies with her consciousness and her will, not with the matter her consciousness and will manipulate to serve her enterprise. Does Madonna walk around the house in cone bras and stainless steel bustiers? No. She's too busy planning D-Day. Madonna does not identify with Madonna. Madonna employs Madonna. So that is one crucial rule. A couple other rules. A professional does not take failure or success personally. Thick skin means that a professional, and a professional has a thick skin. A thick skin means that he has seated his professional consciousness in a place other than his ego. Now, what explains people like Rachel Zegler? Well, I'll tell you exactly what explains it. Resistance is what explains it, and it's an amateur mindset. Rachel Zegler is identified with, she identifies her work as Rachel Zegler. Whatever Rachel Zegler thinks, wants, or fears is what she pours into her responses. That's why she acts the way she does, right? Now, why is it that, oh my God, I forgot her name again. The Kamala Khan actress. Why do I keep blanking on that name? Someone in the chat. Anyway, the Kamala Khan. Now, why is she able to give a mature response? Well, because she has a professional mindset. Why is Henry Cavill able to give that amazing answer when he says, I don't see fans as toxic, I see them as passionate? A fan is entitled to have whatever opinion they want to have. That's because Henry Cavill has a professional mindset. Henry Cavill, he stands at one remove from his work, right? His work is not his identity. His work is what he does, right? Now, I want to share this article because I just found this fascinating. So this is from, and let me know if I'm bored you. I'll move on. But I find this interesting, folks. Stormcrow, you'll love this. I know you'll love this, being a fellow bard. I feel like there's a lot of fellow bards around here. But, yeah, you're right, though, Star Fury. Sun Tzu from the grave would be better than most Holly weird hacks. Oh, you're so right about that. Well, the thing is, Star Fury, that's why we're nerds. We here, we love that stuff. We love, Art of War. And by the way, so did the writers who wrote the things we love, like Stargate and Star Wars and, Star Trek. All those, Battlestar Galactica. All of those things are sort of written by people who, if not directly, at least as far as like a passionate subject matter, they understand those areas. Nicholas Meyer, who directed Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan, one of the greatest Star Trek films ever. Pretty much you could argue it's the greatest Star Trek film ever. Star Trek VI is my favorite, though. But also, I think that was Nicholas Meyer. Nicholas Meyer, he really viewed Starfleet as a maritime organization. As he puts it, it had to be at least as militaristic as the Coast Guard. And so he poured a lot of that into the story, and that's partly what makes, some of those, like the sacrifice of Spock and some of those things so meaningful in the story. So, but the people running these properties now are not nerds. They don't care about stuff like that. They grew up on Charmed, on Gilmore Girls, like Dawson's Creek. That's, whatever. That's what they grew up on. And they're writing all the things that dudes used to write. Now, I'm not saying the ladies can't write well. In fact, what was I was just watching a Reacher episode that was great, and it was adapted, the screenplay written by a woman, and it was fantastic. It was excellent work. So this is, I'm just saying, though, there's a reason why dudes are just fascinated by this stuff, and typically the ladies are tend to be less interested. Right? Now, if there's a lady out there who is a total military history nerd, absolutely. Please. I would love to have her writing Star Trek. That would be actually great. I would easily replace Alex Kurtzman with any lady with some talent to write who loves this stuff. That would be awesome. You know this. I just, it's to have it on the record. I just don't, so that no one misunderstands. Star Fury says, George R. R. Martin is suffering from an existential crisis and cannot complete the next book, so shift the blame onto fans who are critical of the delay. Oh, that is classic amateur behavior, by the way. That is classic amateur behavior. To say that it's the reception I'm getting, whether it's positive or negative, to take all the credit, to either place all the blame for rejection on the fans, or to take all the credit for success, both of those things can be very destructive to a creative. But if I were George R. R. Martin, seriously, I would hire a staff of writers to just help me with it. Because if he really does just feel like I don't want to do this, well, in that case, yeah, hire a staff of writers and direct them. If, on the other hand, he does want to do it, but he's just, he's distracting himself. By the way, I do think the fact he's writing all these TV series, that's a form of resistance. That's a form of resistance. Being distracted by other things is definitely something that resistance will use to destroy a project. But what I think he's facing is the Game of Thrones show was a disaster. The ending to that was an absolute unmitigated disaster. To whatever extent it was bungled by Dan and Dave, they were working off of Martin's notes. They were working off of his guidance and his outline. Now, I don't know how much of what he was telling them to do got correctly translated, but even if it was only a small percentage and they just went off the reservation, he still bears partial responsibility for that, which means all of the readers of his books are expecting that his ending will fix that. I'm going to tell you, I'm human, and there's not a lot of challenges I would turn down. I feel like, I would, if it would, if I were handed like a multi-million-dollar, I'm not qualified. I would not be qualified to direct a Star Wars film as I am currently. But if I was in some weird world where I just got that responsibility because, maybe daddy bought a film studio for me or something, let's just fiction. What if fiction? I would say, you know what? I think I could pull this off. I'd hire smart people. I'd hire people that knew what they were doing. And I would, and I would defer to them when I didn't know. And I would make sure that I was learning on the job as fast as I could. But if I were in Martin's shoes, folks, that's an unenviable position, no matter how bold you are, because it's like, what if he writes a worse ending? What if it's hated more? That's tough, bro. That's tough. I have some sympathy for him. I do. Eric Marr says, bro, Sun Tzu, conquer Hollywood dead and with one hand tied behind his back. Yeah, dude, the laws, the 48 laws of power is sort of an omnibus of Sun Tzu, von Clausewitz, Machiavelli. It's all of them. And it's all just kind of put in a blend. It's all distilled into these 40. Dude, that book is crazy. That book is a dark tome, as Comics Girl put it. So, Star Fury says, Henry Cavill has the joy of being a fan, so he understands where fans come from. Absolutely, that's a good point. Star Trek 2 is still the best, and I will see you on the green at dawn with rapiers if you think otherwise. Con! Fair enough, Star Fury. It's a bit of a hot take to like Star Trek 6 more. And fair enough. Fair enough. I will concede that Wrath of Khan is objectively probably... Yeah, I would objectively concede that's the best film in the Star Trek films. But I just love that. I just love the ending of Star Trek 6. That awesome duel with Chang at the end is just so good. It's so good. And it's such a great send-off of all the characters, too. It's such a great last ride into the sunset. One last adventure with these legends. I love it. Fu Man Blue says, I'll see you there, friend. Undiscovered country will see your end. Yeah, the only Star Trek film that's a why done it. In case you're following the lore of this channel, a revenge plot can't best a good crime mystery in space. It's a very unusual departure for a Star Trek film to be a why done it, when most Star Trek films are a Golden Fleece story or a superhero story. That's pretty much what every Star Trek film typically is. Wrath of Khan is a superhero story about Kirk, and the original film is a Golden Fleece story. And of course, Star Trek 3 and 4 are definitely Golden Fleece stories. So yeah, it's definitely unusual to have that situation. Okay, so let me share this article from Stephen Pressfield. Okay, this is from his blog. The Professional Mindset. Have you ever wondered why so many CEOs and high achievers, including sports superstars like Michael Jordan and Wayne Gretzky, are so taken with the game of golf? It's not just because they get to wear white belt and plaid pants. With apologies to everyone who lives along the banks of the Cuyahoga, here is Tom Wolfe's definition of a white belt and white shoes worn as part of the same outfit. Mr. Wolfe calls it a full Cleveland. But back to golf. The reason high-performance professionals are often smitten with golf is that golf, more than almost any other sport, requires the player to perform over and over the following mental emotional action. That is, to focus exclusively on the shot in front of him, no matter how horrifically he has just screwed up the previous shot. This exercise is identical to what the World Bank president or the NBA champ have to perform in their day jobs. Golf makes performance of this action particularly difficult because, unlike full-speed sports like basketball, football, that would be American football to you, Starfieri, tennis, or hockey, where the player is in motion, golf makes the competitor execute each stroke. I randomly just mess with Star Fury, which is a dangerous thing to do because he's the master gunner, and for good reason. But anyway, golf makes the competitor execute each stroke from a standing start. As anyone who has ever tried to sink a 3-foot putt under pressure knows, this is where the mental game, aka psyching yourself out or choking, rears its ugly head. All this is a long wind-up to the concept of the professional mindset. Mental toughness. What exactly is mental toughness for the artist and the entrepreneur? Let me offer a definition based on our previous discussions about track number 1 and track number 2. That is our pure soul trajectory versus our commercial trajectory. And I'll just briefly pause to say, I read that article as well. It's fantastic. If you are a writer and you're struggling or any kind of artistic pursuit, read his article about track 1 and track 2. It's really good. Basically, the concept is this. We all have 2 tracks in our lives. Track 1, particularly in the case of an artist or a writer, that is the thing our soul wants. That is our muse. This is the story I want to tell, in my case, I would say, right? And it's all about passion and what the heart wants. Track number 2 is the commercial track, which is about how do I make money? How do I put food on the table? How do I, buy that house I want? That's track number 2. And his idea is if you focus too much on track number 1, you kind of become a stuffed shirt like Taika Waititi, I think, is a good example of an all-track. He just does not give a shit about any other concern but whatever his artistic side wants. That's all he cares. Which some can pull off. He's not good at it. Quentin Tarantino is he's an unusual track 1 who's pretty good at that. But most actors who are misbehaving, they fall under track number 2, which is if you become obsessed with fame, riches, wealth, money, that can kill your art stone dead. And I'm living proof of this. In fact, I read this article. I'm like, okay, I've been stuck on track 2. I've been stuck on way too much track 2 lately. It even helped me on my YouTube channel because I'm like, I've got to focus. Anyway, read the article. It's fantastic. So resuming with the article, the professional mindset means being able to maintain your focus on track 1, that is your heart, your passion, your muse, no matter what is happening on track number 2. That is, your commercial business success. Or, expressed a different way, the professional does not react emotionally to success or failure. Now, folks, this is, close quote for a second. That ain't easy to do. And Stephen Pressfield knows this. And this is probably why I sometimes have even a little bit of compassion for some of these snots in Hollywood that are acting up. I had a little compassion for Jeff Loveness of Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantum Nausea fame. I had a little bit of sympathy for him at first. Oh, he's going over his head. He wrote for Jimmy Kimmel Live. He kind of didn't know what the hell he was doing. That's tough, man. And he had a little bit of denial, but then he just kept being in denial. I'm like, oh, screw this guy. But anyway. But it's not easy. It's not easy to do that. Open quote, the professional maintains as her touchstone the trajectory of her lifetime practice as a pure artist or entrepreneur. She follows her bliss. She serves her own muse. The pro may have to work on track number 2 to put food on the table, or she may sell her track number 1 work to those who are buying it for track number 2 purposes, but she never loses sight of her track number 1 trajectory, the path of her artist's heart. Consider Bruce Springsteen, or Neil Young, or Martin Scorsese, or Toni Morrison. These artists' careers have been blessed in that almost from the get-go, their track number 1 work, i.e. what they're doing from the heart, pursuing their own muse, has paid off on track number 2 as well. These artists' voices have been so authentic and their points of view so powerful that they have pulled track number 2, the commercial world, over to their track number 1. They are lucky, and they are good. You and I may not be able to travel that same happy highway. I can tell you, I've sold out so many times I've lost count. And if you don't know, Stephen Pressfield, he writes a lot of nonfiction historical books, which are fantastic. And he's most famous for The Legend of Bagger Vance. That was his novel he wrote, and he's written a few movies as well. My railroad car, open quote, my railroad car has bounced along track number 2 for many a mile. At the same time, I have had my track number 1 work flamed and flogged and given up for dead. And occasionally the opposite has happened. Track number 1 has paid off big time on track number 2, which brings us back to the pro mindset. No matter what happens, up or down, in the world of the marketplace or the sphere of, quote, what other people think of our stuff, we as professionals must keep our eyes on the prize. And that prize is what we ourselves think of our best stuff and what trajectory our true heart work is propelling us upon. A career like Springsteen's or Neil Young's unfolds organically from album to album, each one different, and yet each one hewing to its distinctive Springsteenness or youngness. Their muse is leading them. They are not following the market. The market is following them. I would say Christopher Nolan is a great example of this. I think Vince Gilligan is a great, Quentin Tarantino, all great examples of this. You and I, resuming with the article, you and I must keep our eye on the same ball, our own ball. No one said this was easy. All of us have fallen on our faces again and again trying to do it, but the objective remains the same, to permit ourselves neither to be cast down by failure nor over-elated by success, but to judge by our own standards and no one else's how true we have been to our heart's calling, and to never take our eyes off that star. To quote the old philosopher, as you travel through life, let this be your goal. Keep your eye on the donut and not the hole. Close quote. So, and I would just say that I think that while I agree with Stephen Pressfield here that like you, as an artist, you must judge yourself by your own standards and no one else's. The problem is, I think I think what happens is characters like Rachel Zegler or whatever, they take this to mean whatever I want, whatever I feel is right is right. And I think that is a track 2 mentality of they're stuck on the riches, the fame, the success. I'm entitled to this. That's where the entitlement comes from. But what he is saying is, if you are focused on track number 1 as your priority, so that you're not over concerned, and you are not identifying with the failure or the success that is accruing to your work, then you're in a good place to judge yourself by your own standards and no one else's. And that is where good standards will come from. And so I bring that up because I'm going to show you right now an example of a professional. A professional. So, here we go. Actually, you know what? Actually, no. First, a non-professional, because I want to end on a high note here. I want to end on a high note. Because I saw this, and it actually... maybe I'll do this after. I already teased it. Okay. First a professional. I'm sorry. The captain is having a stroke. Anyway. Copy link. Paste. And Bob's your uncle. So Daisy Ridley was on an interview with NBC News on the Today Show. And actually, most of the questions were just about the movie, right? You know, what's in the script? What can you tell us? I can't tell you anything. Okay, fine. Boring. But whatever. But of course, what do they always have to do? Every single one of these interviews, if it is anything... In fact, sometimes even when it is a straight white male, like if it's anything but a straight white male, it's, what about insert, toxic fan straw man argument, as a quote victim category? What are your thoughts on those evil MAGA supporting fans or whatever the stupid thing is? It's always this leading question that has like 5 of these premises already baked into it, so that all you gotta do is just say, oh yeah, that's bad. That's very bad. You don't even have to have an opinion. You could just say, oh yeah. Oh, all those toxic, evil, racist fans, that's bad, and I agree that's bad. And every single one of these, they have to do it. Well, they did this to Daisy. And here's what happened. I'm just going to play. Do I have the video? Okay, well, there's actually 2 instances. So she was being interviewed by Variety, and let me find the answer here. She got asked this question. You're reprising your role as Rey in a new Star Wars movie directed by Sharmeen Obaid-Chinoy. That would be the babe that said, it's about time that a whammon ran Star Wars. Like, okay. And the question to Daisy Ridley was, how will the franchise's first female filmmaker impact the series? And I keep wanting to call her Ray. Daisy Ridley said, the short answer is, I don't know. I'm excited to do the job, but not because Sharmeen is a woman. What? Really? That's not an issue for you? That's amazing. Sorry. I interrupted her. Okay, she said, the short answer is I don't know. I'm excited to do the job, but not because Sharmeen is a woman. Her documentaries are amazing. Her idea for the story is cool as shit. No spoilers, but she gave me a rundown of the entire story. If it weren't amazing, I would have been like, okay, call me in 5 years. But it's worthwhile. Now, 15 years ago, that answer wouldn't have raised any eyebrows. That's an anomaly in today's world. And that is enough to, obviously, I tend to be skeptical of her opinion that this is going to be, quote, cool as shit. I tend to disagree. But that's fine. I don't mind having that disagreement. I'll tell you something. Just that much goodwill makes me more open than anything else possibly could to this movie possibly being good. Now, I don't think it's gonna be, but I'm just saying, like, that kind of like, that melts the ice around my heart just a skosh, right? Okay, now that's not even the best part, folks. Then they teed her up for another of these. And it was even worse. This is the Today Show one. Now, there's going to be some ads I got to wade through, so just bear with me for a second here. She's asked about sexism. Oh, no. Sexism. We got to let this ad run. Oh, my God. What is even... Hang on. Ugh, I got to stall for time. Let's put a chat up there while that runs. Ericmar says, if I was an actor, I'd run from anything Star Wars like from the Black Death. And you would be wise, sir. In fact, I was even just thinking that, like, Obviously it's not Daisy Ridley's fault that Rey Palpatine was the travesty that she was. Like, it's not her fault for taking the role. And actually, just thinking about what she said, I actually have never really had much of a negative opinion of her. I've never had a negative opinion of her. And I've actually never had a negative opinion of the possibility of the Rey character being an interesting character. In fact, I thought she had a lot of promise in The Force Awakens. Obviously, in the fullness of time, that has turned out not to be the case. But it's not her fault. She had no way of knowing what a disaster the Star Wars sequel trilogy was. Any actor who signs up for Star Wars now, okay, that's on them. That's on them. Like, you are walking into a career buzzsaw. And in the words of Rorschach, you're going to look up and say, "Save me." And I'm going to say, "No." But anyhow, so yes, I agree with you, Eric Ma, the bard, the Black Knight author of Star Shatter series. Okay. Oh, wait, I was going to play the video. I like the video. Where is it? I'm going to skip through all the boring... who even watches TV like this anymore? I can't even stand TV like this. It's so phony.
Star Wars, of course. It was announced earlier this year. There's a new film coming out. It's called A New Jedi Order, I believe. What can you tell us about it?
I was thinking about this last night. I was like, something happens with
someone. All right, forget that part.
Charmaine's going to do an amazing job.
That's so
Speaking
funny.
of
Charmaine, I
Here
just
it
have
is.
to ask, because there are some of the, I'd say, extreme Star Wars fans who have made this a conversation on the internet about how they don't want a female director.
Stop the tape! Stop the tape! That is so ridiculous! Oh, it makes me so mad! Oh, it is such a bullshit straw man argument. She said there are fans out there who have made this about how they don't want a female director. We did not say that. Nobody is saying that. No, in fact, nobody was saying anything about the sex of the director until the director made her sex an issue. She made it an issue. She said, "I like making women uncomfortable," in her past statements about her documentary, and then said it's about time a woman ran Star Wars, which implies that there's something wrong with a man running Star Wars. She made it a tribalistic conflict, and all the fans said was, "We don't want your sexual tribalistic bullshit in our story." And also, by the way, you're a documentary filmmaker. You don't have any credentials for this. You're literally not qualified to direct this film. It's going to be garbage. All those things. At no point have I heard anyone say, "I don't want a woman to direct." These people are so... They're either liars or they're really stupid. They just read the third, telephone version of what the story is. But anyway, all right, back up the tape.
And I think Charmaine's going to do an amazing job.
That's so
Speaking
funny.
of
Charmaine, I just have to ask, because there are some of the, I'd say, extreme Star Wars fans who have made this a conversation on the internet about how they don't want a female director. Which seems bizarre because episodes of The Mandalorian were directed by females. I mean, Kathleen Kennedy has been overseeing all of this. So, what is your...
Stop the tape. What's so weird about that is she's like... She says that as though, oh, we didn't want a woman directing this one. But honestly, what's so funny about this is nobody even cares. The majority of Star Wars fans don't care that there's going to be a Rey movie. That we don't even care. It could come out tomorrow. We're not going to go see it, most of us. So she's acting like, no, they poked us and we responded. That's what happened. We were not even going to really say much, except we think it's going to suck. But then she says, "Oh, but she acts as though we were so okay with we never were bothered at all by the women directing Mandalorian or whatever else." And we weren't, but did she not hear us like trashing Mandalorian season 3? That was crap, lady. It was crap. You're not doing any favors to your bizarre narrative that women are the best at everything. Anyway, it's a total straw man argument. She is ascribing to us an argument we do not have. But I let Daisy Ridley... Now this is the moment when 99.9% of the time they say, that's bad. I agree. That's very, very bad. But Daisy had this to say.
Your take on that?
I think my take is things get blown out of proportion. And the interactions I've ever had with people have been nothing but wonderful and supportive. And honestly, the day we announced that I was coming back at Celebration last year, you cannot imagine the joy and goodwill in that room. So I've only ever been embraced. And I think we're going to make a great film and people will love it.
Cannot wait. Tell us more about the film.
Wow. All I could say to that is... well done, Daisy. Well done. Folks, that's a professional at work. That is a professional mindset. And that is why I took the time to kind of go through Stephen Pressfield. That is an artist who understands that she is at one remove from her work. And because of that one remove, she is able to view it, right, in an objective way. You know, the truth is, it's very hard to be objective about ourselves. Truly to an actual level of perfection, it's almost never possible. But Tony Robbins had a really good idea that he put forward in his recent live stream, which was your job is to see the situation or the problem that you have in your life. Your job is to see the situation as it really is, but not worse than it is. And that's a really key point, because we have a tendency to always assume to kind of think of the worst or the most negative aspects of things. And a professional mindset means that you're able to see the situation for what it is and not worse than it is. And that is why she was able to give that just incredibly classy answer. But to me, you know, to say it's classy, obviously it stands out because of the crap that we've been experiencing for so long, the absolute character assassination of fans that they've been subjecting us to. But the reality is that used to be a fairly typical answer that you would get from directors, like talented ones, okay, to be fair. Like, you know, a 20-year-old actor who's barely been in anything and they just hit it big. You're never going to get like a lot of wisdom, you know, typically. But I'm talking about people that have been in the business. They've had their successes. They've had their failures. They've done, you know, they've directed, they've produced, they've acted, whatever. That used to be the kind of answer you got. Why? Because the industry used to be populated by professionals. Professional. Just because you're working in Hollywood or the music, that does not mean it. Yeah, in a technical business sense, yes, you're a professional. But you're not truly a professional if you think that everything that fails is the fault of your customers, your audience, your viewers. If you think that they are wrong about everything and that you're right about everything, well, that means you're taking success and failure personally, which you should not be doing, and it will kill your art. Sooner or later, it will destroy your craft if you allow that to happen. You might get away with it for a while, but it takes a toll. It really does. And I think, you know, a guy like Rian Johnson, that is an amateur, man. That is a total amateur. A very wealthy, a very rich, and a very celebrated amateur. But that's all track two. That is all track two. You know, I've said it before, you know, you could argue Rian Johnson is as successful as you could ever hope to be in Hollywood. And yet, is he? Well, he is on track two, but what's he going to have to show for his life's work? At the end of the day, what will he really have? What will his track one life's work be? I don't think that's something you could really be proud of, that you owned all those audience members that hated what you made. Well, screw them. There's nothing they could do about it. Well, if you really think that's what on track one is going to be a great life's work for you, well, you're a garbage human. But I don't actually think I don't think that's very satisfying as an artist. I don't. Money ain't everything. That's my point. It ain't nothing either. So I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it's nothing. But so part of why I bring this up also is it really does explain a lot of the behavior that you see with the entitlement. Now, here's one of the problems with DEI, wokeness, like basically the victim identity group ideology. Why that has become so destructive of creative pursuits, well, and everything it touches turns to crap. Everything it touches turns to crap. But specifically, why it is so destructive to pop culture is because it has institutionalized an amateur mindset. Right? Think about it. If it's about time that a woman directs this, well, that's an amateur mindset. That is saying that, like, this is personal. This is whether or not the film I direct is a success is about me as a woman. Wait, don't clip that. Wait, no, stop. No. Mr. Producer, edit that out. I've just announced my transition. Don't you dare name me Eric Barr. No, that was a quote. So basically, but that's what I'm saying. That's why Rachel Zegler's the way she is. That's why, Rhea Johnson's out there fighting TLJ haters. Like that's what it is. They have an axe to grind about something. This is why Greta Gerwig and all of the Hollywood, they're all bent out of shape because, Barbie only got nominated for 8 things when it should have been nominated for all the things. And because we're women. It's like, they have institutionalized an amateur mindset because when the work is not up to snuff and when it doesn't work out, they can just claim that it's racists that hate them. And it's like, but that, well, that's taking failure personally. Worse, it's actually turning it into virtue. It's turning it into like, oh, I must have done something right because I have this narrative. Anyway, so there you go. Yeah, I know. It's only because I said it like so seriously. I was in character, and I said it so seriously. If you just clip that part, because I am a woman. It's like Mr. Garrison. I'm a woman. Star Fury says, I want the DEI hire for my open heart surgery. Oh my God. Dude, you think you're joking, Star Fury? You think you're dude. We if that's not already happening, it's going to be happening, right? So listen, what's funny is like you may think, well, it's Star Wars and Star Trek, and yeah, they ruined it, but like, who cares, man? Lighten up. It's like, dude, folks, the pilot's in your planes, okay? The guy working on your heart, we're gonna start selecting people based on their race and not their credentials, folks. If you don't think you're in this culture war, you're in it. You are in it whether you want to be in it or not. If you're not fighting them, you're helping them. That was the line Starbucks said in Battlestar Galactica, and I agree with it. I know, so man, Blue. No. Yeah, well, what can you do? Freudian slip. No, I know. It's not a Freudian slip. I like being a man. Most of the time. Pollo Surf in the chat. Ahoy! He says, hello there, Captain. Why, hello, Pollo Surf. Hello. So good to see you. We are live on YouTube, Rumble, X, formerly Twitter. Please like, subscribe if you're enjoying the content. And we are here every Sunday, 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern. And for the time being, that time slot will remain in effect. So I think I've worked things out so that I won't have to move it. I'm thinking if I did have to move it, I'd probably just move it to earlier on Sunday. So just keep an eye on the channel, turn on that notification bell, and you'll be in the clear. So now, speaking of an unprofessional mindset, let me show you this beauty. Oh, what a real beauty this guy is. Stormcrow says, you didn't answer my question. What would you buy? What would I buy? Well, I missed that. He said, is this the question, Stormcrow? You said Rorschach, the true hero of Watchmen. Screw Alan Moore. Oh, here it is. I found your question. Okay. Question for you. if you had that Elon Musk Disney money to buy out properties, which property would you get? Everything by Tolkien, Star Wars, Mass Effect, and DC Comics. I could pick anything. I've got Daddy Elon money. Oh, that's a great question. Man, that's a tough one. Oh, what would I buy? Now, I'm tempted. I'm tempted to say Star Trek because Star Trek is my baby. I love Star Trek, and I would just do anything to restore it to its former glory. However, you know, the weird thing is, like, after the end of Enterprise, I kind of made my peace that, like, Star Trek was gone. I really did. I came to a point where I was like, yeah, there were a few years where it's like, I can't wait till they make another one. And then they weren't making another one. And I just kind of was like, maybe. And then I just got to the point where I'm like, you know, the story went for 50 years. It's a 50-year series of movies and shows. That's pretty good. Maybe it's time to, like, let it go. I mean, really, Star Trek was getting to the point where it didn't have a lot new to say, I felt, because they did every time travel plot you could imagine. They did every kind of science fiction scenario you could imagine. They had epic wars. They had heroic saving the planet stories. They had all that stuff. And I thought, maybe they've done everything, and it's okay. It's okay to let that go. Plus, the zeitgeist has moved on. Our thoughts about what the future will look like have changed, you know, so I kind of almost felt like just let it be. And then J.J. Abrams sort of half revived it, reanimated its corpse, and then Kurtzman did what Kurtzman did. And then Star Trek 3 happened, and that kind of reignited my thoughts about this. But honestly, I have to tell you, as a cultural phenomenon, I kind of feel like Star Trek has had its day. I don't say that with any malice towards the original stories at all. I don't say that because I don't love it. I do, but I just kind of feel it's had its day. So I don't know if I would rescue Star Trek. Tolkien, obviously, that would be more of an act of duty because I would never want anyone to ruin the work of Tolkien. But if it were purely just who would you rather? Let's see, massive. That's so interesting. I kind of feel like this answer could change, but as much as I would want to say Mass Effect, because I love Mass Effect, I don't know that Mass Effect could ever have the cultural footprint of a Star Trek or a Star Wars, or even a Doctor Who. Mass Effect is a military science fiction done brilliantly. Strangely, though, I kind of think it's only really a good video game world. I don't know that it works well. I mean, it's always possible. It's always possible that it could work well as a series. I just think the problem is there's so much. I could get into it if you want me to. But anyway, so I think at the end of the day, unless there's something I'm not thinking of, I probably would rescue Star Wars. I would probably buy Star Wars, even though it's not my favorite of those things. It really isn't. I much more prize Star Trek or even Mass Effect over Star Wars, frankly. But I think I would choose Star Wars because, in my view, Star Wars is something that is a hero monomyth. It is a moral fable about good versus evil. And it is a powerful story about human nature and the struggle we all must endure between the dark side and the light side. In those ways, it's a very real story. Also, it has that beautiful, and I mean beautiful, element of spirituality, as in the original films, of the Force. And I think that's such a beautiful, like, one of my favorite line is, "The Force will be with you always." Like, that's that line communicates this feeling of comfort and peace, right? Which tells me it came from such a pure place, that line. Remember, the Force will be with you always. And because of all those reasons, I think Star Wars has a very important meaning that transcends culture, transcends country, and it is a worldwide cultural phenomenon. And I think that it has become something which belongs, this is going to sound very probably melodramatic, but it belongs to the people. Star Wars belongs to the people, in my view. Regardless of whatever the original creator, George Lucas, intended, it has become something that belongs to the world. Now, that doesn't mean that I don't think he has a right to have a say over his work. Obviously, he surrendered that right, but assuming he still had it, nor does that exonerate or excuse any creative from honoring, the spirit of what he created. So I'm not in any way diminishing that. I just think that is the nature of art. That's kind of the risk you take as an artist anyway. There's always a chance that the thing you create will no longer truly be in your control. And I think it was even Tony Robbins, again, who just recently I was watching his stuff, and he had a great quote about, what did he say? It was that creating is not about control, it's about progress. And I thought that is a pretty powerful way of looking at it. It's like, trying to control everything is a fool's errand. It's more about contributing to something is progressing. And so, so that is a long way of saying I would rescue it, because for two reasons, all the reasons I just stated. But number two, I disagree, with great respect, I disagree with Gary, aka Nerdrotic, on his theory that you need to vault Disney for minimum 20 years before you can ever touch it again. I disagree with him. Now, as days go by and they release more and more and more garbage, I am definitely moving closer and closer to his position on this. But the reason I disagree is I see opportunity with Star Wars that is almost instantaneous. I think all you have to do is exactly what Takashi Yamazaki did in Godzilla -1. It never fails. It works every time it's tried. You tell a hero monomyth. It worked in One Piece just this year. It worked beautifully in One Piece. You just tell a story about a hero, and Star Wars, by the way, should be a Golden Fleece story. Road Team Prize. That is what Star Wars is. There is a primal prize. We have a group of plucky heroes that are working together, and they're on a road trip across the stars to get it. That's Star Wars. Now, I'm not saying you can't deviate from that somewhat, but the movies should be Golden Fleece stories. That's what they should be. And they should be adventures. And I think you could do it. I think you could restore it. You could bring it back to working order. But I'll tell you something. Speaking of control, I would run that shit like a dictator. I would run it like a dictator. I get one whiff of an incompetent boob, they're fired. They're get out, pack your shit, you're fired. I get one whiff of activism, you're fired. Step into my office. Why? Because you're fucking fired. That's basically what I would be. Now, I mean that I would gatekeep the shit out of it, but that would not be so that I could execute my vision, because honestly, I wouldn't even be interested in executing my vision for it. My vision would be to execute the vision that the audience expects of Star Wars. And I honestly wouldn't be qualified alone to do that. I know I wouldn't. I think with Star Trek, I think in that case it would be a different story, because Star Trek is very much kind of just, it's always kind of been a thing I'm very personally passionate about. In the case of Star Wars, I would have to bring wise people who were very trustworthy and knew what they were doing in, and have a very, good group of people, I think is what you would need at every level, creatives. And you just go right back to basics, folks. Back to basics. Decanonize everything after the prequel trilogy. Just decanonize all that crap. Clean slate. And literally, you do it the way that John Wick does it. You do it the way that the Mission Impossible movies do it. One movie. You don't even announce a trilogy, by the way. You don't even do episode 7. You just do, okay, this is going to be a Star Wars film, one self-contained Golden Fleece adventure with these characters. What do you think, people of the world? And if it succeeds, all right, well, now we can start looking at our vision for the next two. But that was really how the original film became what it was and turned into a trilogy. And that is how it should, and that's how you reboot it, in my view. That is how you would reboot it. One carefully, lovingly crafted spiritual successor to the original Star Wars 1977 film that does not duplicate the Death Star plot. For the love of God, do not duplicate the Death Star again. If I see one more planet-killing super weapon, it'll be too soon. So that is one thing I would say. I don't want another I don't want another Death Star. I don't want any more Death Stars. Let's figure out another way to tell an interesting story in this universe. But the spirit of what you're doing would be the same, which is a very powerful, primal Golden Fleece quest. Does that answer satisfy you, Stormcrow? Sorry. Don't ask. Stormcrow knows how to get the captain on a rant. I'll give him that. I'll tell you, though, if it were pure selfishness, pure selfish desire, I would buy Mass Effect. I would. I have no I don't know if it would. I would sure do my damnedest. I would want to make it a film and TV franchise. And dude, it is criminal to me that they do not have the most played. They should have video games that are just crushing it. Speaking of the Mass Effect universe, they should be crushing it the way Baldur's Gate is crushing it. They should be crushing it. But they're not, because I really think that BioWare is run by boobs. I just think they're run by the wrong people. Dude, Axanar, Erigmar, yes, you're referring to the fan film that tells a kind of prequel story about the war with the Klingons. Dude, that was so much better than any of the bullshit in Star Trek Discovery could ever be. That little Axanar. By the way, sad story. The guy who plays Saval, who's in that series, he was a real Star Trek actor. He passed away today, age 73. What was the name? Or was it today or just recently? Just getting his name real quick, because he kind of only played small supporting roles. Gary Graham, I think. Yeah, that was it. Actor Gary Graham. He was in that Axanar fan film. Dude, that would make a great, great series. It sure would. Fu Man Blue says, yeah, I knew when Star Trek tried to remake the Khan story, they had nothing else to say. J.J. Abrams, honest to God, went for the lowest hanging fruit with Star Trek, and it's so disappointing. It's so disappointing that was, I see it all now for what it was, but at the time it was harder to spot that this was repurposing stories they knew worked, repackaging old product in a new flashy label. And it's like, wow, there's such a lack of, the way that the Khan story happened in the film originally was that they recognized that Star Trek 1, although, kind of beautiful and grand in scope, it was pretty slow. It was a bit long, uneven, and it definitely was not like a competitor to Star Wars in that sense, because it's such a different thing. It was too much. It was just too much. And so when they approached Wrath of Khan, Nicholas Meyer and other creatives did is they watched all of the original series for inspiration. Imagine that. They watched the whole series and were like, let's find something in here that is tantalizing and interesting to explore, that something that hasn't been explored in depth. And they stumbled on that Khan episode. And I think it was Nicholas Meyer who said, if I'm not mistaken, that that intrigued him. Like, whatever happened to Khan after he was abandoned on that planet? And there you go. There. And it's like, that is not at all the process that an Abrams or a Kurtzman or a Rian Johnson follow. It just isn't. A boy in his tank, Starfury says. A boy in his pet T-34, Eric Barr says. By the way, you know what's really fascinating about the Russian T-34 tank of World War II? By the way, if you're tuning in, we're live on YouTube, Rumble, and X, formerly Twitter. You could, in the Soviet Union, if you had the resources, you could buy your own T-34 tank during World War II, and you could pilot it yourself in the Great Patriotic War against the Nazis. And there were Russian families that piloted tanks. There was a husband and wife team. By the way, why don't the woke idiots ever make this into a story? It's like there actually are real things in history if they were not so dumb. They could actually find real stories that would fit their diversity. They could actually find the real stories in history. Instead of race swapping Cleopatra and Sir Isaac Newton, why don't you go find a story like this? But anyway, true story. There was a woman and her husband who together bought a T-34 tank in World War II. They piloted it themselves, and they literally went all the way from the Eastern Front all the way into the final thrust into Germany. What a movie that would make. How come nobody makes that movie? I don't know. True story. Poyo Surf, what are your thoughts on IMAX filmmaking? I love IMAX. And unfortunately, I did not get a chance to see Godzilla -1 in IMAX, and I really wanted to see it. So I love IMAX. I think it's a super cool. I saw The Dark Knight. I saw The Dark Knight in IMAX. It was fantastic. It was gorgeous. I'll tell you what, though. I hate 3D films with a passion. I hate 3D. It's awful. The one time I was like, okay, I want to see this film in 3D because it was created for 3D, and that was Avatar. But I wanted to see it first in 2D because I hate 3D as a rule. And I loved it in one dimension, and that is 2D. And then I went and saw it in 3D, and I was like, I feel like I'm looking into a box that's in front of me. I don't understand why people find this immersive. I don't. I feel like I'm looking... You remember those like dioramas you would make in school where you take like a shoebox and you put like a little scene in there, and then there's like a little hole, and you look through the hole and you see the little scene in the shoebox? That is how I feel when I'm watching a 3D film. So I hate 3D with a passion. I love that Christopher Nolan hates it as well. And he was pressured to release The Dark Knight. The Dark Knight Rises, if not The Dark Knight. I'm not sure exactly which. But he was pressured to film those in 3D. He flat refused. He's like, I won't do it. I hate the cameras. I don't like how they look. I don't like the effect they have on the cinematography. I'm not doing it. I'm like, dude, that's a badass right there. Not many directors have the clout to be able to do that. But Christopher Nolan was like, IMAX is fine, but I'm not doing 3D. I hate those cameras. I was like, based. So that's pretty much my thoughts on that. I'm okay with pushing the envelope, but like if it works and it adds to the beauty and the richness, like I'll for sure do Dune Part 2 in IMAX. Like I'm all for that. I would love to see that in IMAX because that's gonna look phenomenal. And I'd love to see -1 in IMAX. But man, getting too cute with the 3D stuff, I don't like it. Starfury says, I take back my tank and raise Churchill, Crocodile, the honey badger. I don't know what that means, Starfury. Starfury says, when Germans saw a crocodile, they surrendered or burned in their bunkers. You just got to love a flamethrower tank. Oh, that's what it was. So the crocodile was a flamethrower tank? All right. That's pretty scary, brah. That ain't cool, man. I don't like that. Do not want. If I see that, do not want. No, I don't want a flamethrower tank coming at me. Fu Man Blue says, one bad thing about the original trilogy is that it popularized trilogies, that being the Star Wars trilogy. Frack 3s? Well, I take issue. I slightly disagree, Fu Man Blue. I think that the 3-act structure works brilliantly. There's a reason why trilogies work, but I do take your point that it has become overused, and you're right. I just think that a trilogy is a very good 3-act structure for a long-form film story arc. The problem that we have is that these are stupid people that are running these companies. These are stupid people that are creating trilogies now. And this is really why I differ with Nerdrotic on the Star Wars situation. I don't differ with him on the fact that it is so bad this might be the only way to save it, and that there's no chance it's going to get better. I don't differ with him there. I'm just saying that in the right hands, Star Wars is pure magic. It would be 0 to back to full-blown love pretty quickly, I think. Now, that's among the fans, to be fair. Among the general public, now that might take time. But I'm telling you, that's why I'm saying you make one really good Star Wars film, you decanonize all that shit. You decanonize all the bullshit. There are no series coming out. There is no trilogy announced. There is one film. And you take 2 years, 3 years, 4 years to make that film if necessary, but you make sure you get it right. And you just pray. You just pray that it works. And it has an appropriate budget. It does not have this $400 million bullshit budget. It's like, no, you make a tight, lean Star Wars Golden Fleece story and you let it earn it. And I think if you did that by the third one of those, I think you'd be way back in business. Way back in business. And then you'd be back where you were before, which is it's yours to lose. That's just my thought. That's just my thought. Eric Barr says, Benacroc Cumberbatch can't be a good con. I really like Benedict Cumberbatch in that movie, but you're right. He's not Khan. Like, he's not. Ricardo Montalban is the only Khan. Like, he's not. Benedict is not Khan. Look, you know what? I'm willing to say, I don't know if you would call it a race swap, because I think Ricardo Montalban is pretty much a white dude, but he's like, isn't he Spanish? Wasn't he like a Spaniard? I don't know. But, or Italian or something. I have no idea. I have no idea at all. Anyway, who cares? My point is, Benedict, to me, just did not look at all like Ricardo Montalban. He just did not fit that part. Like, there was no part of me that saw Benedict and thought Ricardo Montalban. Like, let me just pull this up here. Ricardo Montalban, Mexican film. I was right. He's Latino. Exactly. There you go. So Ricardo Montalban, he's a Mexican. He's a Latino actor. Exactly. I thought I was right about this. Yeah. Okay. So Latino actor, race swapped to be a white guy, a English actor. I don't know if Benedict is English or not, but he's definitely British. And he, I don't know why I said that in such a suspicious way. Anyway, but he's definitely British. So why are you're that felt wrong to me? Not because of like DEI crap. I don't give a shit about that. He doesn't look like Khan to me, because Khan looks like Ricardo Montalban to me. So there you go. So yes, I don't like race swaps, including when it goes in the direction of white. That being said, I liked Benedict Cumberbatch just in isolation in that film. I thought he played a really good, menacing nemesis to the Chris Pine Kirk. So the interesting thing is, why not just make him... Well, of course we know why, because they're grifting. That's the whole thing that we figured out with Abrams and Kurtzman and all that. But rhetorically speaking, why not just have Benedict play an original villain? Just have him be an original villain. I don't see anything wrong with that. Oh, wait, because that would take creativity and originality. Oh, that's why. That's why. Isn't it amazing? You know, it's so funny, too. It's like, I used to think J.J. Abrams had a lot of talent back in, like, the days of, like, Lost and so forth. But back then, I wasn't really ascribing the kind of shit show ending to him. Probably that was a error in judgment. I was much more naive back then. But the thing is, like, the Lost series had brilliant elements to it. It was also a mess in many ways, but it had some brilliant elements to it. Then you had the show Alias. I was hooked on that show, Alias, for the longest time. Fringe was really good for a while. I really liked the show Fringe. These were all Abrams things. So I kind of thought Abrams was one of us. I thought he was a nerd like us who loved all this stuff. And maybe he was at that time. I don't know. As I just explained, resistance can come in the form of success and can ruin a good creative. So maybe Abrams was a better creative at some point, and now success has turned him into what he is. Maybe. All I know is Alias had that show was one of the first shows ever that pissed me off so bad I stopped watching it, because he had this amazingly interesting plot, which was this pursuit of the Rambaldi device. And when they finally revealed what it was supposed to be this ancient super weapon developed by a Leonardo da Vinci type character. And for 2 or maybe 3 seasons, but at least 2 whole seasons, the whole plot revolved around the CIA and this evil, rogue state CIA kind of thing, duking it out to get control of this Rambaldi device. And the season cliffhanger when they finally get it, was the bad guy saying to Sydney, the protagonist, "I've built it, Sydney. I've built the Rambaldi device." And then you see like the lights are dimming because it's turning on. And I'm thinking, oh my God, what is it? I had to wait an entire year to see the answer to that question. And you know what the answer is? The answer is she wakes up in Japan and has no memory of the last 3 years. And it's 3 years later. In about 3 episodes, they finally get around to referring to the Rambaldi device. And all the villain says is, now the villain is a good guy. And he says, "Oh, well, do you know what happened when I turned on the Rambaldi device?" And I'm like, "I would sure like to know." "Yes, please." He says, "It printed out one word, peace. And that changed my life, Sydney. I'm a non-profit charity man now." And I was like, frack this show. And I was done. I was like, go to hell. Like, go to hell. Now we know what that is, right? That's the mystery box. He never knew what that stupid device was going to do, nor did they ever have a plan. They just wrote some bullshit. They didn't even reveal it in live action. They just revealed it in backstory. They never even show you the device. What a hack. Anyway, but I mean, man, have we not learned our lesson in these last decades or what? Have we not? There we go. I hear that, Ring. I didn't see it. I did not see the end of Fringe. You know what the weird thing with that one was? It didn't piss me off. I just got bored with it. I was just like, okay, I don't care. That was back when parallel universes were still kind of cool and interesting, right? The idea, oh, there's an alternate universe. Oh, that's so interesting. Now it's like, oh God, if I see another alternate universe, I'm running for the hills. Yeah, you are exactly right, Erigmar. In fact, the problem with all of these creatives, JJ foremost included, is
'cause we're boring! We're so fucking boring! 'Cause we're boring! We're so fucking boring!
Loop. Fracking loop! Uncheck loop. Thanks, StreamYard. Dang it, I always forget it. Yes, but there it is. I'm all like queuing up for my shot when it comes back to me. I'm like, oh, now I'm gonna, and then it starts again. Oh, damn it! Speaking of incompetent boobs. But what else do we? Okay, yes, I was gonna share this story, and I got lost in the chat, that's why we're here. We're here for the chat. Sliders was good. I hear that. I never caught that one. I never caught Sliders. I always would hear about it, though, because all my nerd buddies back in the day were like, they were all into it. Okay, try this headline from Screen Geek, okay? Halo actor Pablo Schreiber, who is that? I don't know. What the hell has this dude been in? I don't know. Maybe we'll look up his IMDb because we're bored. But has a message for fans who disagree with Master Chief helmet coming off. Halo star Pablo Schreiber has a message for fans that complain about the series when the Master Chief helmet is removed. And I'm just going to skip through all the boring preamble. Here's what he had to say. People who don't feel the helmet was necessary to come off, they're at such an early conception of what the show could be, Schreiber said. In order to examine the discrepancy between these two variations of the character, that would be Chief and John 117. I think he means the version in the video game and the version in the show. You can't tell that story without taking the helmet off. If you don't agree with the helmet coming off in the show, you don't like our show. Well, we agree on that, sir. I don't like your garbage show, and I don't like your ugly stank face either. You're fucking weird looking in this role. You sound weird. You know what? You're nothing like the Chief, I imagine, in sound or visual. So we agree, sir. I don't like your show. It shouldn't exist. And in a world in which your industry were based on a profit and merit model, you wouldn't have a show. He goes on to say, so that he says, if you don't agree with the helmet coming off in the show, you don't like our show, so there's no point in discussing it. What an amateur, bro. Like, Weird. Isn't it so fascinating? It's like, even just compare Daisy Ridley and her classy professional answer to this dweeb's like amateur snark. No, well, I guess you don't like the show, so there's no point in discussing it. No, we don't like your show, which is sort of the point of making a show, isn't it? Like, what's wrong? Amateur. That's an amateur mindset, folks. You know what? So it's like you compare that with Carl Urban and that magnificent Dread movie, and Carl Urban, that's a professional, man. That's a professional. You know, because this is the other reason, right? Stephen Pressfield talks about a professional is at one remove from their work. Here's a perfect example of why that pays such dividends. Because in the case of a professional like Carl Urban's priority is the vision of the film, right? The vision of the film is to create this character who in the comic book, that would be Dredd, Judge Dredd, does not remove the helmet. That's an important, crucial piece of the source material. That is an important contributing factor to the mise en scène of the overall film. It's what communicates the part of the character that's important. And Carl Urban, because Carl Urban is a professional and his work as an actor is not about him personally, it is about the work, and he is a servant of that. He understands that, like, no, that helmet stays on. I don't care how beautiful I am. It's not coming off. It is not. Paul Schreiber, who looks like the north end of a southbound goat, okay, has a face only a mother could love. He's very proud of his mug, and he thinks it's the most important thing for us to see at Halo. Now, to be fair, is there some scenario where Chief could take off his helmet for a scene and I wouldn't hate it? Maybe. I'm open to it, but I'm just going to tell you that the level of smugness, the level of arrogance, it's like, it shows me that, like, somebody, it's, you know, this is they deny that these shows are failing, but do you need any more evidence these shows are failing? They've got the numbers, folks. They know that they have stinkers on their hands, because why else would they be so defensive all the time about their work? They are so defensive. Do you notice that? Like, you know, that Halo show, as you know, or maybe you don't know if you're new to the channel, I love the Halo trilogy of games. I love the story. The story is my favorite part of it. Most people play Halo for the multiplayer. I also play the multiplayer, and I'm terrible at it. It's 12-year-olds rightly just chew me out. Dude, what's the matter, bro? You can't hit a target? What's wrong with you? I'm sorry, man. I'm just trying here, okay? However, I play it for the campaign because the campaign story is magnificent. And it's like that show absolutely disrespected every level of the lore. They admitted it. They said, we're not adapting the game. The game is the game. This is something else we just made up. Okay, then why are you going to blame me when I tell you I don't like it? Well, you just don't like the show, so there's no point discussing it. Well, perhaps you have a point. There is no point in discussing buttface Paul Schreiber. Is that petty? Is that petty of the captain? I don't know. Perhaps. Fu Man Blue, Chad moved like a 90-minute hike. Here we go. Fu Man Blue says another professional is Sean Bean for walking up the mountain for the shoot every day because he wouldn't ride in the chopper on Lord of the Rings. Dude, you know what's amazing about those Lord of the Rings films? They are filled with stories like that. They really are. It's like there are so many stories about how the actors just poured all their heart and soul, how they sacrificed for those roles, and how all of them, or at least most of them, were so committed to Tolkien's vision. Like, one of the stories that to this day it makes my skin crawl every time I think about it. But like when Sean Astin was walking into that river, you know, like, I'm not letting you go, Mr. Frodo. You know, Sam is trying to go after Frodo. When he was filming that, he stepped on broken glass that was at the bottom of the riverbed, and it just shredded his foot. And he had to have, like, massive stitches for that. And, you know, then you've got Viggo Mortensen, who all of his co-actors, all of his colleagues on the set, they all were jealous of his sword skills. They said he was so good with a sword, it was like he was for real. Like for real as good as Aragorn. He had he trained like hell to be an actual swordsman in that movie. And what's so amazing about that is in the scene where Lurtz, and I love this fight scene in Fellowship, when Lurtz pulls the knife out of his thigh and throws it at Viggo, that was supposed to be a CGI blade coming at him. He wasn't supposed to actually throw it. He was just supposed to pantomime throwing it. However, his hands were slick and it escaped his grasp, and he accidentally threw the blade. So the shot you see in the film of Aragorn swatting that blade out of the way, folks, that was real. That was an improvised reaction to what actually happened, because that blade was really flying at him and he had to swat it. He was that good, folks. It's unbelievable. That's it. The Lord of the Rings set was filled with stuff like that. You know, like Ian McKellen constantly having the book with him and saying, like, whenever there was a moment of doubt about how a scene should go, Ian McKellen would open up the chapter in the book and be like, okay, well, this is what happens in the book. And it's like, so yeah, those films are absolute magic. They're the greatest films ever made, in my view. Yeah, Viggo is total Chad, man. Viggo deflected a dagger thrown at him for real. Yeah, exactly, Erigmar. It's like, if you know anything about the backstory of that, it's, dude, I can't ever see that scene. It makes me love that scene more, because I'm like, I'm about to see, because get this, Erigmar, get this. When I saw that film in theater, I loved it. I absolutely loved it. But I remember when I saw him swatting the blade out of the air, I thought that was phony. I liked it anyway, but I was like, I don't think that's probably how that would really look in a real life situation. I doubt anyone could do that for, you know how when you see actors in a movie fall from like 3 stories and they catch like the edge of something and it's like, oh, that would never happen. No one could ever actually catch the edge like that. You know, that's not physically possible. That's how I felt when I saw him swat the blade away. I thought, oh, that's not physically possible, but it's cool. It's cool for the character. Dude, it was real. It was real. That's amazing to me when I watch it now. I'm like, wow, I didn't even believe it when I saw it, and it was for real. That's cool, man. That's just too damn cool. And yes, and Fu Man Blue Point, he lived with that sword. Starfury says Viggo is for real as a swordsman. You're exactly right. You are exactly right, Starfury. Yeah, everybody, this crowd knows. This crowd knows they're Lord of the Rings. But what have we in the stack of stuff? I thought I had something else. Oh, yes, was I considering reading the Track 1-2 article? I probably won't go through the whole article. I was considering it. But I think we're going to do something else first. But, okay, I'll keep that on the back burner. Maybe we'll go there. But I would like to talk about Echo. Do you want to talk about Echo? Just real quick. I won't spend long on it. Because I have a present for you, chat. I have a treat. For you. So hat tip, Ryan. Hang on. I really hate this about YouTube. There's like just a 3-second delay where if you try to hit pause, it won't pause it and it'll just play anyway. And it just drives me crazy. It's the worst. That's just such an old man thing to complain about. Hat tip, Ryan Kittle, the angriest man on the internet, had this to say about Echo.
Finally got the Samba TV numbers for the week that Echo premiered. We realized that not only was it not the top thing on Disney Plus, that was Percy Jackson, but in fact, despite it being on Disney Plus and Hulu at the same time, it barely cracked into the top 10. Even one of the least viewed MCU series, Secret Invasion, the second lowest ratings for that show other than Miss Marvel, even that when it debuted, was at number 2. Now, of course, those things can be different depending on what's being released. And Samba TV, if you remember, counts the number of households that are watching something, not the amount of hours or minutes that people tune in, but simply how many people tune in a given week to watch this series. And Echo barely cracked the top 10. Well, now here we are, and the second week of Echo, the second week of ratings is finally available, and spoiler alert, Echo is nowhere to be seen or heard of, for that matter, since we're talking about Echo. Completely fallen out of the top 10. Embarrassingly bad, but like we said for a long time, this was kind of always their strategy, wasn't it? Because they didn't actually want people to talk about this. They didn't want people talking about it week after week after week.
They wanted Echo. They wanted Echo to just, not. They wanted to sweep it under the rug and just, let's never talk about this again. That was what they wanted.
They wanted it to completely disappear from the radar, and they likely knew it would, and that's what's happened. It got mocked and ridiculed and shamed for about a week, and now it's just completely out of the zeitgeist because it had no staying power.
Which, by the way, this proves that Jeremy is hat tip D-Day Cobra. He is so wrong about the binge model. He is so wrong about this. The binge model is where you put shows if you want them to be talked about for as little time as possible. And I love One Piece. But the binge model kind of, it really shortened the cultural life of that show, which is a damn shame because I think it would have had a much bigger cultural shelf life.
And it was really funny to see people, take this headline that didn't involve any actual numbers being revealed for Disney. It was also really funny to see people use things like TV Line, which aren't even ratings. Those are based.
Dude, this picture, bro. This picture. Folks. Oh, if you need any more, it's so bad. God, Echo is such a bad show. It's worse than I even remember because, all right, hat tip Ryan Kittle. The angriest man on the internet. You've got to go over to Mahler's channel, Mueller, and you've got to watch him do the EFAP on this thing. It's so funny because they hadn't seen it, right? And they hadn't heard anything about it. So it's like kind of a live reaction, and it's so funny to hear them theorize. Well, okay, so Daredevil's entering it now? They're introducing Daredevil now? Wait. So is he gonna? So what's he gonna do? Is he just gonna fight her and then take her in? Like, oh, he's just gonna leave her there? What? So it's so funny to watch how they start to form a theory about what's going to happen. Like, what is this show doing? It's so bad. Anyway, now I tell you that to tell you this. Okay, they're sort of a mainstream media and approved intellectual critic, had some mean, nasty things to say about Echo. Now, what does a blue pill? Let's just call him a blue pill or a shill. I don't know if I'd call him a shill. It's a mainstream media, blue pill is the best case scenario. But look at this review. This is from Daily Beast. The boring Echo is another death knell for Marvel. Kill any hope that the Marvel series would reignite some enthusiasm for the superhero studio. It's a third-rate snoozer that continues to water down the brand, by Nick Schlager. Having tied itself in knots with multiverse convolutions that, as demonstrated by the underwhelming, abject failure, box office performances of Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantum Nausea and The Marvels, audiences don't like or want, Marvel tries to untangle itself with Echo, a 5-episode TV series premiering January 9th. More like tries to embarrassingly slink away into darkness and be ignored. It's the studio's first release under a Marvel Spotlight banner. Close quote. Dude, this is so funny, right? I forgot about this. Yeah, they start it with, it's Marvel Spotlight. So they're basically saying like, oh, don't put too much stock in it. It's like our little indie show. It's our little indie movie. Anyway, open quote, under the Marvel Spotlight banner, which indicates that it's less wrapped up in, or requires less knowledge of, the larger MCU narrative. There isn't one. Such intentions, however, aren't aligned with this small screen affair's execution, as it spends the first 28 minutes of its premiere melding original material with pre-existing Hawkeye snippets and a touch of Daredevil fan service, it wasn't, to create a hodgepodge that underscores its inherent dependence on previous works. That notion, alas, is only reinforced by the tepid standalone story there isn't a story it subsequently tells, a third-rate snoozer that further waters down the once mighty Marvel brand. All 5 of its episodes debuting simultaneously on both Disney Plus and Hulu, Echo concerns its title character Alaqua Cox, aka Maya Lopez, a deaf Native American assassin, so stunning, so brave, who at the end of Hawkeye seemingly killed New York City baddie kingpin Vincent D'Onofrio with a bullet to the face, which is very survivable. Thanks to inexplicable good fortune, he's not dead, although Echo thinks he is. A bullet to the eye, for God's sake! Thinks he is as she leaves Manhattan on her trusty motorcycle for her native Oklahoma, why, who knows, where she grew up until her mom was killed in a car accident that cost Echo her lower right leg. Her grandma Chula, Tantu Cardinal, blamed this calamity on Echo's criminal dad, Zahn Clarnon, who in Hawkeye was slain by the Avenger, thus nominally pitting Echo against him. Yet now, she's mostly concerned with finishing off Kingpin's empire and becoming the new underworld queen. So stunning, so brave. Or at least that appears to be her plan, since the show barely provides her with a lucid motivation. Dude, this is the one line I really appreciate in this review. At least that appears to be her plan, since the show barely provides her with a lucid motivation for returning to her old stomping grounds or for continuing to pick a fight with her former boss's crony. I mean, yeah, she's wounded and she's on this motorcycle, right? And there's this subtle implication that she needs help for treatment for her wound. So she decided to motorcycle from New York to Oklahoma with an open wound. That doesn't even make any sense. You couldn't is it the dumb trope you could just rip off if you're that lazy? Just have her make a vet do it at gunpoint. The typical thing. Anyway, resuming, open quote. To establish its heroine as a notable badass, Echo's first episode depicts her learning martial arts at a young age, barely, beating up a guy in the boxing ring as an adult, implausibly, and squaring off against Daredevil, Charlie Cox, while in the service of Kingpin, the last of which prompts the villain to praise her formidable skills, which they aren't, and which is shot by director Sidney Freeland in a prolonged single take that, no matter its technical proficiency, plays like countless prior MCU showstoppers. Despite placing her in the company of these 2 Marvel A-Leaguers, Echo is a peripheral C-teamer, I would argue F-teamer, whose distinguishing characteristics are her disabilities, so stunning, so brave, and her Native American heritage, so beautiful, so proud. Both are routinely highlighted during the course of the initial 3 installments, which were all that were provided to the press, but they could easily be eliminated. Oh, yo, he's so right. He is so right about that. Oh, man. That's a good one. That's a good one, bruv. That's a good one. Where was I? I lost my place. I don't know that they could be okay, yeah. But both are routinely highlighted during the course of the initial 3 installments, but they could easily be eliminated from the proceedings without any deleterious impact to the plot, such as there is one. They are, at heart, mere embellishments for what turns out to be a routine drama in which triumphing over enemies, righting wrongs, all there is rights wronged in this show. But anyway, and becoming powerful are all accomplished via reconnecting with family and ancestral roots. Echo begins with a flashback to the... Folks, the reason I want to read this review to you is because it does a really good job of relating the bonehead plot of this stupid show. So dig in for this one, folks. Echo begins with a flashback back to the first Choctaw, who was apparently some sort of subterranean super being whose cave dwelling collapsed, forcing her and her comrades to rise to the surface and shed their hard shells to become human. Now listen. If this may or may not, I have no way of knowing because these are incompetent boobs that write this crap and they're pandering anyway. Now, assuming for the sake of argument that this is a true Choctaw mythological belief, I am not mocking anyone's belief, so do not misunderstand. If that's the real mythology, fine. That's not what I'm laughing at. I'm laughing at how pathetic and pandering and just lazy the usage of it is in this show. Open quote. Ever since certain brave Choctaw woman, I would say stunning, independent, what would you call it? What is the critical drinkers line? Diverse, independent woman. A lacrosse player in 1200, a law woman in 1800, have been blessed with this ancient figure's powers of, well, it's not clear what they are. These individuals' palms and forearms glow with energy that grants them heightened abilities of a deliberately vague sort. Close quote. By the way, lacrosse is originally a Native American game. That is a Native American cultural game that transferred over to the early American culture. The European immigrants embraced that game. Now, I have no idea if Choctaw played lacrosse. I don't know if that's historically accurate or not. I do know that the Eastern Native American nations of the Iroquois nations, they played lacrosse. That was their game. I do not think but it was not a game that the women played in. But of course, in this, strong female women, they're just bitch slapping the men on this field, just tackling them, taking them out. Anyway, open quote. Echo is another of these chosen people, but that's also irrelevant most of the time, since the main focus is on her chatting with people she hasn't seen in a while, like her comic relief cousin, Biscuits, who, obligatory beta male, roller rink owner Henry, and grandfather Scully, who owns a store where he rolls his eyes at corny white customers and conveniently stocks the precise gear necessary for Echo's big mission. That undertaking involves rappelling onto and breaking into a cargo train bound for New York City in order to further stick it to Kingpin's operations. However, considering that Echo thinks Kingpin is dead, this line of attack seems totally pointless. It's like, exactly. Speaking of which, there are lingering tensions between Echo and both Chulo and her cousin Bonnie, whom she deliberately cut out of her life. These dynamics are crafted with all the subtlety of a Kingpin roundhouse punch, if proven far less impactful. As for the show's big action-oriented sequences, there aren't many, and they're almost unbelievably sketchy, low-lighted by a distended scene in which Echo and her friends are kidnapped by and fight to free themselves from the clutches of a Kingpin lackey who, at the moment he's about to execute them, gets a phone call, shrugs, and up and departs the premises without explanation. Oh, God. Dude, that's episode 3, by the way. That's episode 3. So, like, you owe it to yourself to watch episode 3. It is so stupid, it's funny. It is so insanely stupid. I can't even. The bad guys are like, where is she? We know she's somewhere in this roller skating rink. Well, okay, check the back room. Check the office. You'll find her. No, they just wander around the skating rink. Why? It's so stupid. Oh my God. They're so stupid. These are dumb people, folks. Open quote. Echo was reportedly racked by production headaches, and whether that's true or not, it is. The end result feels strikingly slapdash, full of various elements that are painfully superficial and never thrilling. Worse, though, is that this series feels so minor and disconnected from the primary MCU that it barely qualifies as an addendum. Be it with regards to issues of representation or basic character and story development, bingo, glibness is the order of the day, and the intermittent participation of more important and popular franchise faces isn't enough to prop up this insubstantial adventure. Cox mostly scowls and grimaces intensely as Echo, and she adeptly handles her more acrobatics-oriented responsibilities, yet there's nothing compelling about the protagonist's quests or her familial frictions, all of which have been conceived in threadbare and cliched fashion. Another footnote that's neither interesting on its own nor must-watch necessary in order to keep apprised of the grander MCU saga, that would be MCU saga, Echo continues Marvel's Phase 5 floundering. Lacking any clear direction or even a big bad to pivot around now that Jonathan Majors has been dropped by the studio following his convictions for assault and harassment, the franchise appears to be on the verge of outright disaster and might only be averted by a superheroic turn of events. Correction, sir. It is already a unmitigated disaster. That would be Nick Schauger of the Entertainment Critic, the approved intellectual critic of the Daily Beast. Now, why did I treat you to that? Well, because I'm studying the species, folks. I'm studying the species. You know, that is such a that you know as that is as polite as the mainstream media gets, right? They're just that's as mean as they get, I should say. That's really what it is. That's really what it is. So anyway, now on to a treat that I have for you, which is let's just see. There are shills, however, that are defending this. And there is a YouTuber, his name is Grizzy, 1989.
I'm a big Marvel
and he is doing a
shill,
service
so I really enjoyed
to
Echo.
humanity. And that service is, he goes around and he finds all of these shills that defend garbage like this, and he catalogs their arguments. He catalogs them for posterity. And Fu Man Blue say good night. Well, good night to Star Fury. Star Fury's out. Good night, Star Fury. Good having you here. Good having you here. And don't forget to catch the shills on the restream. And also, please like and subscribe to Grizzy. Link is in the description. Wrangler says Hawkeye gave Echo a better hand-to-hand challenge than Daredevil. Dude, they absolutely screwed the Daredevil character. They screwed the Kingpin character, and she is the least impressive martial arts character in the entire MCU. And I'm throwing Shang-Chi in there. I'm throwing them all in there, folks. Like, Echo. Oh, sorry. Hang on. That's what I want. There we go. Echo it's inexplicable. Why is she even considered a superhero? She is a low to mid martial arts fighter with a significant disadvantage on top of that. She's not even that good to begin with, but she has a disadvantage on top of that, but they yet show her holding her own against Daredevil. It makes no sense. It just makes no sense whatsoever. All right, so here we go. So without further ado, here is the Grizzy Shills. Take it away, Grizzy.
I'm a big Marvel shill, so I really enjoyed Echo. I'm a big Marvel shill. I'm a big Marvel shill.
I'm a big Marvel shill.
This looks like a job for me, so everybody just follow me, 'cause we need a little.
This is her story, her deal, what she's dealing with.
Her story.
I loved seeing female criminals who are not apologetic for it.
But that doesn't make for...
You gotta be kidding me. Do they even hear themselves? Like, do they even hear themselves? It's like, that's what we need. We need more ruthless murderers that are women. We need to have more women representation and ruthless, unrepentant criminals. So stupid. I don't even know where she's getting this. Like, of course there have been ruthless women in crime stories. There's been ruthless women in stories for thousands of years, Grace. What are you talking about? Hello, Lady Macbeth. Lady Macbeth is like basically the villain of the Scottish play, Macbeth. She's one of my favorite literary characters. A Shakespearean character, Lady Macbeth. She's ruthless. She's unapologetic. What are you talking about? But there's even like, there was a character, 24. One of my favorite TV shows of all time, 24. It is filled with ruthless terrorist babes that will cut your throat and smile. Like, so there's a great scene. There's an episode of 24. Okay, I love this episode. 2 assassins, 1 man, 1 woman. They're even sleeping together, basically. They find out that the cops at the CTU, the cops have closed in on their lair and they're about to arrest them, and they need a distraction to escape. And so the female assassin says, one of us is going to have to go out there. One of us is going to have to escape while the other one stays here to distract them. And he's like, wait, but that would mean one of us is gonna die. And she's like, that's right, and it's gonna be you. And she pulls out her gun and she guns him down, like with ice in her veins, just murders the dude, right? And I love that line too. She's like, yeah, one of us is gonna have to stay. It's gonna be you. And she pulls out her gun, shoots him, no hesitation. So what are you talking about, Grace? Dude, Ozark. Go watch Ozark. Laura Linney plays basically Hillary Clinton. She's basically Hillary Clinton. She is a Democrat political apparatchik in the Deep South who is literally rigging elections to win, okay? This is the character in Ozark. She is more ruthless. She is more ruthless and unapologetic than Jason Bateman's very ruthless character in that show. By the way, Ozark, fantastic series. Love it. Highly recommend it. Jason Bateman is phenomenal in that show. Laura Linney is phenomenal in that show. It's really good. And she is more ruthless than Jason Bateman is in that show. Claire from House of Cards. Claire from House of Cards is a stone cold, cut your throat, B-I-itch. And she's loved for this. Where have you been for 30 years, Grace? What are you talking about? Oh, it's so stupid. Anyway, resuming.
For a good protagonist, because at no point in this show, but that
I loved seeing female criminals who are not apologetic for it.
But that doesn't make for a good protagonist, because at no point in this show does Maya Echo redeem herself for her past crimes.
Or, I slightly disagree. That's one good way to do it, Grizzy, and I would agree with that. However, I do think you can have an unapologetic anti-hero character, as I explained, such as similar to a character like Dexter, Walter White, or Tony Soprano. I think you can do that. But the difference is the framework of the story has to match that. In other words, the story must impose consequences on her. It doesn't mean she has to lose. She can still win, but it must impose consequences on her as her curse for being that character. As in the case of those other shows I just mentioned.
She is all about herself.
You know, this mortician, Echo, when she says it's time for a queen, I was like, it is time for a queen.
These people, these MCU feminist shills, they don't give a fuck about story. All they care about is strong women and representation. They see that, they literally turn into cheerleaders.
Oh my God.
He's exactly right about this. And why? Because in the sick, woke worldview, if a woman attains power and uses that power and acknowledges that she has that power, she is therefore moral and praiseworthy. Those are the components of a moral character and a heroic character in the woke worldview, in the intersectional feminist worldview. If you are insert victim identity group and you have power, you are a praiseworthy character. That is why their morality is so fracked in all of these That is why she would say something as stupid as I'm so excited. I'm so excited to see an unapologetic, ruthless, murdering criminal that's a woman.
representation. They see that, they literally turn into cheerleaders.
Oh my God.
There you go. Oh, they're there.
Oh, I don't know if Wilson
Dude, I cannot even describe to you how stupid that scene is. That's in the final episode. Her grandma, what is it? What is it with grandmothers going to battle with superheroes in these things? I don't understand this. But her grandma suddenly discovers superhuman strength and punches one of Kingpin's goons just like with an like an uppercut from Street Fighter. Just knocks him into the ceiling. It's hysterical.
can see him, but he can probably feel the presence of these women.
Yeah, Soy Number One said it. Wilson Fisk, former badass character, is shaking in his boots at the sight of these strong fucking women.
You know, when she stood shoulder to shoulder with those same ancestors, dude, that gave me chills. I absolutely loved that. Stuff like that like gooey, lovey, heart shit. I love that stuff.
Wait a minute, wasn't...
Dude, listen. I fully admit I cried like a baby in Godzilla -1. I did. The third time I watched it, okay? I can't even help it. The movie has an effect on me. I'm just owning it, right? The difference is it's earned. The difference is it is earned. I have watched this character endure rock bottom and climb out of that and do something important and powerful to protect his family in the future. So I am not criticizing this guy for having an emotional reaction. I'm not criticizing him because he likes that sort of thing. I am saying that's not what he saw. That's not what he saw. Nothing in that finale was earned. Nothing. She is a miserable, morally bankrupt murderer who has brought devastation and crime into the lives of her entire family, who she also has totally ignored, has totally shut out of her life, and has taken no responsibility for any of this. So this is not the appropriate reaction for that story arc. It's ridiculous.
This show advertised as a violent, dark, for mature audiences only show. What the fuck is this?
Gooey, lovey, heart shit.
And why are you okay with it? This was not a TVMA rated show. And why are you not upset at the falsely advertised clickbait shit show that this was? God, gooey, lovey, heart shit. Just for that, I'm kicking you out of this video. Bye. See you later.
Goodbye, faggot.
Oh, and for those of you tuning...
Oh, jeez, Chrissy! What are you doing to me? All right, well, you play a Grizzy video at your own risk. That was... Oh, no.
And expecting to hear a John Roca strong whammon rant, you won't be disappointed. Here you go.
So I thought if they just pushed the Kingpin stuff aside and made it about a woman who is trying to find her voice in the world.
Get rid of the Kingpin stuff, which, by the way, most people are tuning in for, and focus on the women. That is his only complaint about this show.
Dude. These... Oh, my God. When I talk about stupid people, man, oh, my God. Vincent D'Onofrio, well, I say he was the only... Look, he is so good as an actor that even though the character he was playing was bullshit and was not the character from the Daredevil series, he still brought a level. He, just like Ray Stevenson with Balin in Ahsoka, he brought a level of gravitas that the character did not have because he's that good of an actor. So, that just is ridiculous. He was the only pain relief in that whole show.
Reconnecting with the female ancestors of her past so she can move away from the grooming of the male negative influences in her life.
The male negative influences. Where else besides people like this would you hear that terminology from?
I think that would have been a much more powerful story.
And by the way, the only reason Kingpin was even in this show was so he could lie down and take the L to Echo, which is the only value a character like Kingpin has in the MCU. Moving on.
Oh, God. So bad.
But I loved the Native American stuff. That all really, really worked for me.
What Black Panther was for me, this show is for other people, and it's just as important.
She's badass, and she's also deaf.
She's retarded.
Watching things on the screen, it was always a white guy who played this superhero, so we need more people of color to be in the MCU, and it's just amazing that it's changing. And I can't wait for the future to be more inclusive.
You're very retarded.
I said at the very top of this whole thing that this was representation on a whole new level, but the number of different communities who are seeing themselves represented in this show is really empowering. Just
nobody gives a fuck. And Disney Marvel doesn't give a fuck either. The only reason they do this is because they think it makes them look good.
She's a real world superhero.
Yes.
Sign language, prosthetic leg, member of a marginalized community. Like, she's already a superhero.
Yes, we get it. She checks off all the pandering boxes.
Yeah, which is amazing. And I mean, that's actually inspiring in the cheesiest, sort of most on the nose sense of the word. That is really inspiring.
Jesus Christ.
That diversity and how important that is in media and that attention, because again, I grew up with only the yellow Power Ranger in the 1995 Power Ranger movie.
You grew up with only the yellow Power Ranger in the 1995 Power Ranger movie. Interesting, because I grew up with that movie as well. And the difference between you and I is that I grew up with the Power Rangers. All of them. Not just the one that looks like me.
At the end of the Oh, that was devastating. Critical damage inflicted. Oh my God. But also, then riddle me this, babe. How in the hell is it that the movie that moved me the most to my core, that I could watch it 5 more times and every time have the same emotional reaction, that I feel a personal connection with all the characters in this film? They speak to me on a deeply spiritual level. How is that possible in a film in which every character is a Japanese character speaking in native Japanese with subtitles? How is that possible? How is it possible for me to have that experience if those characters don't look like me? These people are idiots. They're stupid. And by the way, this just goes to show, notice how they said, like, oh, it's so good that it's finally changing. Meaning that they go around saying, notice how they always want to have it both ways, these people, right? We complain about their complaints about all these issues. We're like, stop complaining about, there's not this, there's not that. It's fine the way it is, right? And then they say, why are you complaining? The MCU is great. It's for everybody. Everybody loves the MCU. The MCU is perfect. Why are you haters? They call us haters because we're criticizing the MCU. Oh, why is everyone criticizing the MCU? You're toxic fans. Also, it's good that the MCU is changing, which implies there was something wrong with it. Right? So they're the ones. We were minding our own business. The MCU was fun for everyone. There were characters of all different races, all different walks of life, and there were plenty more where that came from in the comics, all different races. The X-Men, come on. You could have had as many diverse characters as you wanted without ever using that word. But they're the ones that came along and said this has to change because something about it is bad. And now what has it become? Now it has become a hollowed out husk. Nobody cares about the MCU. Nobody cares about Star Wars. They are dead franchises that are just zombified corpses walking. Why? Because they are ideological Lebensraum for the woke mind virus. All they are territories that these wackos have conquered. That's all they are. That's all they are. They're not stories to them. They're just ideological battlegrounds. So they try to deny the culture war when they're the ones that started it.
Episodes when Marvel Studios put up that thing that said we would like to thank the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma for I was like, that's the best thing about this show. It makes me love the show.
This right here.
Oh my God.
The best thing about the
dude, when I saw this, I thought, wow, this is embarrassing. This is more of an insult to the Choctaw Nation than anything. Because we want to thank the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma for helping us make this absolute piece of crap that pandered to you and your culture.
Entire show, according to Soy Number 1.
I'm a big Marvel shill.
Not the story, not the characters, not the accuracy to the comics. Representation and inclusivity is the most important thing to Disney Marvel right now, and people still wonder why the MCU is struggling to stay relevant.
Oh no. Oh, I'm gonna hate this. I'm gonna hate.
I mean, they had to still have the Daredevil cameo.
No, he didn't, Roca. We all know why he was there. And why would Disney put a cameo character in the trailer for any reason other than clickbait?
But I really love the flippy flip still. I love bringing that character.
This woman. Oh my God. The way that she describes things she has the least nerd credentials of any like pop culture reviewer. She's like, I really like the flippy flips and I like when he vadered.
That element to the character from the comics to the MCU. I thought that was missing from the Netflix version of the character.
The fight scene was great. It makes sense that he would have shown up.
Because, yeah, the fight sequence was great.
And some of these shots are just pure perfection. I mean, it's a comic book panel come
Yes, because of him. Because of him.
to life.
Perfect is definitely not the word I would use. I mean, just look at this shitty choreography.
To be fair, in the show, they show the proper camera angle so you don't see all that space in the moves. It actually does look better than in that shot in the actual show. However, it doesn't change the fact that the actress who plays Echo is slow and sluggish, and you can just tell that the scene is laboring to make her look cool.
Shitting on the Daredevil and Echo fight scene that was going around on social media, and there's a lot more to it. I think overall it is great.
What, are you retarded?
I mean, I thought that fight scene was great. I was reading some critique online. It's like, oh, you can see they're telegraphing the punches, and you can see they're missing. It's like, well, yeah, like that happens.
It happens.
Dude, they are incapable. They are incapable of criticizing a woke show. That's what this comes down to, folks. Why are they really shill? They're shills because they, I actually think one of the reasons why they say something like, I think there should have been more of this representation. There should have been more of the women and less of Kingpin. The reason they say that is because they could never have a negative critique of anything that went against the mind virus. They can't ever they could never say, wow, she was kind of not a great performance. Oh, they couldn't say that because she's stunning and brave and that's not possible. So they go, what they do is they say, oh, it wasn't woke enough. That's all they can say. So like they're not allowed to have an opinion that criticizes the message.
Well, it didn't seem to happen as much in the Netflix Daredevil series. Dumbass.
Oh, you can see they're telegraphing the punches, and you can see they're missing. It's like, well, yeah, like that happens.
Wait till you watch pro wrestling, guys.
Roca, you are a fucking tard. Professional wrestling is completely different. Professional wrestling is done in front of a live audience, and it has to be done in one take. Filming a fight scene for a TV show can be done in multiple takes and multiple attempts. The problem is that the creators of this show are lazy, untalented amateurs. Stop defending garbage.
Emotional damage. I did not hate it. I was okay with it. That's such a typical shill.
Winston, what do you think of the show overall? Sam?
You hit it. It's fine.
The worst I could say.
Oh, it's fine. Oh, it's fine.
Is that like at times it's mid.
As a binge, it's great.
I loved Echo.
Oh, God. As a bitch, it's great. Oh, well, you and I had very different experiences, sir.
Started strong and it continued strong, and if anything, it only got stronger.
You guys are fucking retarded. You know that?
Thankfully, what I can say with Echo is that it is in that camp that Marvel is back.
Would you please stop saying that?
I would not be shocked if Disney is actually telling these people to go out and use that line. I mean, for God's sakes, this dude admits to having Disney access.
Every single time one of those would come out, this is before I had any access, before I think I was even doing reviews.
It just begs the question, would you be this big of a shill if you did not have Disney access?
Probably not.
Compared to like some of the other shows, it's way better than I guess Secret Invasion.
I liked it. I liked it much more than Secret Invasion for sure. Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah.
So I guess Secret Invasion is now the one the shills feel comfortable throwing under the bus in order to elevate other Disney Plus shows.
I'm going to give Echo a B.
Amid nods to vintage westerns and premium crime dramas, Alaqua Cox delivers a culturally authentic and captivating anti-hero worth rooting for.
Thanks for watching. Make sure you check out some of the other.
Yes, check out Grizzy's video. Links in the description. He has lots more videos. He actually has one, Shills defending Thor: Love and Thunder. So check that one out. And hat tip to Grizzy, performing the Lord's work. And those shills are committed, right? Well, it's better than Secret Invasion. Folks, watching a dog take a dump on the lawn is better than the Secret Invasion, okay? So that's not exactly high praise, all right? These shills, man. These shills. Somebody's got to love this crap, I guess. Somebody. Eric Martin, boy, the chat's just been racing, but I got to find some chat. I got to find my place in the chat. Okay, I think we said we tucked in Star Fury. And regular, that's what we need, the Wominator. Exactly, the Wominator. How about we're talking about unapologetic evil women. How about the ninja villain chick from Live Free or Die Hard? Honest to God, I'm trying to remember, because I do remember that movie. I remember liking that one. But yeah, any Die Hard after that, I can't do. I just cannot do. I just honestly don't. I vaguely remember, so I'll just have to take your word for it on Wrangler. But on that Wrangler. But I will just say, like, that there is no shortage of ruthless, unapologetic female villains and things. That's absurd. That's such a dumb point. Even if she's saying it about the MCU, it's a dumb point. That's not. Anyway. Because honestly, what Grace is really saying there, what she's really saying is, I like that the protagonist is an unapologetic female criminal. Why? Because she's seen things like Better Call Saul, ostensibly. She's seen things like Better Call Saul, Walter White, and those characters, those characters are popular. Those characters are very popular in the cultural zeitgeist. Characters like Tony Soprano, like Dexter. What are some other examples of characters like this? I mean, there's a lot of them. Even just kind of like anti-hero cops, like Dirty Harry and stuff like that. Or like the show The Shield. The Wire kind of had a lot of characters like that. Don Draper is a bit of an anti-hero in Mad Men. He's not, he's a philanderer and a womanizer. He is sometimes well-meaning, but yeah, he's definitely a sketchy character. So there's definitely some envy. There's definitely some envy going on. And she's saying, I want my protagonist that's a whammon, that's an unapologetic criminal. And it's like, well, okay, but you still have to have complexity. You still have to have consequences in the story, or what's the point? What's the point? The point of all those characters I just named, like Don Draper and characters like that, is that they pay a price for what they are. That's part of kind of what the appeal of those characters are. Yeah, they're bad boys. Yeah, they're mavericks. And they get away with shit. But they don't really get away with it. And that's why we enjoy watching them. We don't enjoy being them. We don't actually want to be those characters. I think that's kind of the dirty little secret about Walter White and Don Draper and Tony Soprano. We like those characters because we can kind of fantasize about having a life like that, where we do what we want. We get away with things and whatever, right? And we look super cool doing it. The reality is, you don't want those guys' lives. You don't want their lives. Tony Soprano spends his entire life, right up until the very final cut of the show, looking over his shoulder and waiting for the bullet to hit him in the back of the head, right? Don Draper is just one bad day away from losing his wife, losing his family, losing everything, or being exposed for the fraud that he is, right? Walter White is lucky he ever survived the first episode, okay? So all these characters have ultimately very painful lives because of the choices they make. So it is a way of fantasizing about having a life that appears consequence-free, but it is not. And that is what Grace is failing to understand about what's missing from the Echo character. She does not have that problem because she is a whammon with power, and therefore she gets to be celebrated. She gets to be the hero. She gets no consequences for any of her behavior. And it's not just criminal behavior. She treats her whole family like shit. She treats her whole family like dog shit. And what does she get? They all just rally around her at the end, and they do whatever she wants because she wants it. This is a child's idea of what a protagonist in a meaningful show is. So sad. Very sad. Fu Man Blue says when he got tired of getting kicked, he just tackled her. That's true. Oh, dude. You have got to watch. Oh, you're talking about Live Free or Die Hard. Okay, cool. Yeah, I get it. But you've got to watch episode 3, you know, the brawl in the skating rink in Echo. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable, man. You got to see it. All right. What should we talk? Oh, yes. Lest I forget. So I have been watching True Detective Night Country. Okay. Now, a little bit of backstory. The Captain, I am a massive, massive fan of True Detective, the first season. And it's so interesting, too, because, like, how I did... So I had a roommate at the time. And I'm kind of doing I was working on my novel, actually, back in those days. I was working on my novel, first novel, and I was nose to the grindstone. You know, I was like, you know, no free time. You know, all work and no play makes Garrett a dull boy, is kind of where my mindset was. And so I was walking through the living room just to get... you know, something from the kitchen and go back to work. And as I'm passing through the living room, I see this scene of Matthew McConaughey's Rust Cole talking to Woody Harrelson's, I forget the name of his character in the show, but Woody Harrelson and Matthew McConaughey, they're having this conversation in the car. And I'm listening to him talk about why he's a pessimist and the difference between a pessimist and a nihilist. And he's just going, and it was just engrossing. It was just absolutely fascinating. I'm like, what is this movie? And I thought it was a movie. I was like, what movie are you watching? This sounds great. And he's like, oh, it's a show. It's called True Detective. And I was like, huh. And I was just standing there waiting to get to the end of the scene. I get to the end of the scene and I'm like, I'm totally glued to it. And I watched the next scene and then I watched the next scene. Dude, I wound up sitting down on the couch and I binged like 3 episodes with him right then. My roommate, because I'm like, this show is amazing. I was absolutely enthralled. It's a great show. That first season is, I should say. So when season 2, because it was always supposed to be an anthology show, just like American Horror Story, each season of the show is meant to be a new detective, a new setting, a new story. I thought that was a cool idea, especially at the time. American Horror Story was like pretty hot at that time. It was like a pretty popular show. And so that formula seemed brilliant, actually. Then the second season is announced, and you've got Colin Farrell. You've got Vince. What the hell is his name? Why am I totally drawing a blank on this guy's name? Vince Vaughn. Vince Vaughn is in it. You've got Colin Farrell's in it. I think Taylor Kitsch was in it. He wasn't like a superstar at the time, but he was recognizable. And it had this like LA noir vibe. It was a very different feel. You know, the first show, it was all in the South, and it was all about the deep roots of the South. And my family's been on this land for generations, and all the creepiness that entails, and the sort of rural Mardi Gras, you know, like symbols and stuff like that. That was all super cool. Then I'm thinking, okay, well, an LA noir set in the modern world, and it's about dirty cops in LA. That could be interesting. That could be fun. And it was an absolute mess. Like that season 2 of that show is a dumpster fire. Like the plot is stupid. It makes no sense. The plot is confusing. The characters are not that interesting. It was an absolute disaster. And I thought, well, that explains it. We have a one-hit wonder on our hands, folks. We have a one-hit wonder. Enjoy the first season. It was lightning in a bottle. It's never going to happen again. And for years, nothing happened again. Then, kind of out of the blue, season 3 happens. And you get Mahershala Ali, who is also supposed to be the new Blade. Great actor. playing the lead in a new series. Now, I would argue that one of the big problems with season 2 of the story is that it was more like a really melodramatic mob story. And I think the heart and soul of the first True Detective was very simple. It was very simple. A dark, twisted case with a deeply primal like a deeply primal dread attached to it. And a pair of detectives who are just dogging this case for years, who just won't give up on it. I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like that. I mean, you get your murder mystery detectives, like the Morgan Freeman character, like the movie Seven, for example, or you get something like Kiss the Girls with Morgan Freeman and Ashley Judd, or The Bone Collector with Denzel. That's a pretty good one, but it's a one-off. Or it's like, you'll get this character, or you get like Clarice Starling in Silence of the Lambs. You get that, or you get like procedural shows. You get procedural shows where every episode is a new case. When have you ever seen an entire season of a show that takes you through 3 decades of a pair of detectives trying to solve one cold case? That's pretty fascinating. There's something pretty primal and interesting about that. Season 2 of True Detective abandons all of that. There's way too many characters. The plot is way too convoluted. There's nothing primal or creepy or particularly interesting about the crime. I don't even remember what the crime is. I think some people got murdered. That's all I remember of season 2. I truly don't even remember the crime. I remember the crime in the first season of True Detective. So when season 3 comes out, it was interesting because now the plot has gone back to its roots. It is organized around one detective, played by Mahershala Ali brilliantly. It is a multi-decade tale. It is about one crime, and the crime is a deeply primal one. It is about a man whose children were abducted and they disappeared, and he never found them. Or I believe they found one, but they didn't find, the criminal, right? And it's about this detective had this promise that he was determined to keep no matter what to solve this crime. The problem is he has early onset Alzheimer's disease. So the story takes place in 3 time periods in season 3 of True Detective. And essentially, as the man's ability to think, he's a detective. He's a brilliant detective who has the worst possible disease you could have, which is he's losing his mind. And so he's starting to lose his grip on time itself. And so like the first season, the third season is a kind of meditation on time and the meaning of time. So the third era of the story, which is the present day, he's an old man with Alzheimer's and his mind is slowly dissolving, right? And he is a man who is unable to experience the natural flow of time. And so he's literally almost like a time traveler living in 3 different time periods, trying to solve this case before his mind goes. That's pretty good. Like that is and it's a truly dark and sinister crime, and you are rooting for him to solve it. That's pretty good. I like the third season. Not as good as the first season, but that was a sign to me that the show had rediscovered what made it successful. It's like, okay, that's your model. Your model is a dark and twisted crime. It's primal. It's creepy. It's something that cuts to the bone. Your detective is someone unusual who cuts against the grain and has a multi-year tale to tell. This is the crime of the century. Like that's basically what True Detective is organized around. The crime of the century. Okay? And the one detective who just wouldn't give up and solved it. That brings us neatly along to the 4th season of True Detective, Night Country, starring Jodie Foster, which, just on the face of it, that's promising. Jodie Foster was magnificent as Clarice Starling in Silence of the Lambs. She's a great actress. She's had a lot of great roles. I loved her in Contact. Contact is a great movie, very underrated in my opinion. So she's a great actor, and I kind of like the angle that she's up there in years. So she's playing a kind of world-weary, worn-out detective, which fits the model of season 1 and season 3. That's perfect for the True Detective template. So I actually think there's a lot of promise there. Second really promising thing about season 4 is the setting. Now, the setting in a properly done True Detective story, such as in season 1 and season 3, is it is something unusual. It's somewhere that is both disarming at times, but also unsettling. It has dark corners that you wouldn't think of, right? The first season, the South was very much that sort of character in the story. That's honestly another character unto itself, was the Deep South. The Deep South. And like the so on the one hand, you have the sort of folksy, Christian friendly side of the South, which is nobody locks their doors at night and all that stuff. But you also have this sort of dark, shady underbelly of like old entrenched families with skeletons in their closet and like creepy rural totems, that are sort of lesser known, that are based on ancient mythology, long forgotten. That's all very cool. Season 3, what was the setting in season 3? Honestly, that's probably a point against it, because I honestly can't remember. So, well, there you go. Season 3, maybe not as good of a setting. I do think, though, the time mechanics of season 3 made it super interesting. The fact that he's almost like a time traveler in his own mind. He sometimes thinks it's 30 years ago, which is super cool. But anyway, in Night Country, it takes place in the fictional city of Ennis, Alaska, which is supposed to be basically right at the very northern tip of Alaska. So it's up there where the night lasts for 65 days of the year. So you basically get 2 full months of night, solid night. That's pretty interesting. It's a cold, bleak, frozen wasteland in the middle of nowhere at the top of the world. 60 days of night, and the crime happens during this long night. That's a pretty banger setup for a setting, and I like it a lot. Unfortunately, this show is a snooze fest. It is an absolute snooze fest because once the show actually starts to happen, the first problem with the show, and I would call it sort of the linchpin, right? Which is you've got to have a crime that is super interesting. You've got to have a crime that's super interesting. In this show, it basically starts up with a group of guys, a bunch of scientists in the Arctic. This is the very first scene. They're in the Arctic. They're at this research station. And by the way, that could be interesting because one of my favorite films of all time is The Thing, John Carpenter's The Thing, which takes place in a Arctic research station that's in the middle of nowhere. It's far from civilization, and there's an alien attacker. That's cool. That's a great monster in the house story. Love that. So that could be a tantalizing location. However, in the case of True Detective, there are these researchers. Well, right away, something happens, but they don't show it happening. And the next scene we get is Jodie Foster's, I guess she's a chief of police, I think, or something like that. She shows up and she's investigating the disappearance of all these guys in the Arctic. Now, there's a couple of problems with this. The problem is, number one, I have no idea who these people are. And the fact that they're gone or missing or murdered, whatever the case is, it's hard for me to really be invested in that because I don't know who they are. They are detached from the community. So in other words, they are foreigners to this community because they're researchers. They don't really even have much contact with the town. So they don't have any emotional connections to any of the other characters in the show. There's no sense of loss. There's no sense of loss for us, the viewer, because in season 3, it's a child abduction, and we get introduced to the father. We get introduced to his kids. We are constantly reminded of his pain in every episode as he fails to find his children. That's powerful. That's primal. It's relatable. In the first season, the nature of the crime is ghastly. It traumatizes the community, and it deeply affects the two detectives because of their differing worldviews. One of them's a pessimist. One of them seems to be kind of like numb to the evils of the world. And so there's this fascinating dichotomy there. In this case, I just don't have a reason to care about any of these guys in the Arctic. Oh, okay, a bunch of researchers vanished. Who cares? I don't care. Why should the town care? The town cares. Why? Well, yes, it's disturbing, but there's literally scenes where characters are like, oh my gosh, that happened to all those poor researchers. That's terrible. It's like, okay, but that's lip service. There's no reason this character doesn't give a shit about that. I mean, yes, it's sad. It's sad that something bad happened to him. But where is the actual fear? Where is the, oh my God, there's a killer on the loose? Where is the, oh my God, I talked to that guy just the other day. He was my best friend. Like, where is that sense of loss? Where is that primal connection to the crime? There's none of that in this show. Then we get Jodie Foster. Okay. Her character, she is an absolute B.I. all the time. She is at odds with another absolute diverse B.I. They are literally like Guy Ladriel from Rings of Power. They are like Alaqua Cox's character in Echo. They go around browbeating people. They go around using people. They go around making demands of people. They get away with it all the time. They are unfriendly and unlikable everywhere they go. There's no sense of like, who are they really? Like, I get no sense of who Jodie Foster is. Like, when Rust Cole goes on his rant about being a pessimist, take the one scene in the car between Matthew McConaughey and Woody Harrelson in the first season. In 5 minutes, in the very beginning of the show, you know everything about these guys. You know that Woody Harrelson is a family man. You know that he cares about his family. He goes to work and he tries to forget about it when he goes home. Unfortunately, work kind of follows him home, and he's in a bit of denial about that. Rust Cole, on the other hand, is a somewhat creepy loner who is single. He has no one in his life. He knows this. He doesn't care. He's basically a functional alcoholic who believes that he has a nihilistic worldview, that there's really no purpose to existence, and he goes through the motions because he lacks, as he puts it, the courage for self-deletion. 5-minute conversation. You are immediately fascinated by these two characters and the fact that they're stuck together and they have these differing worldviews. And they kind of literally irritate each other in the beginning. Matthew McConaughey's character is very fastidious. He takes very deep notes. He analyzes every single detail. Woody Harrelson is a guy who wants to just have a beer at the end of the day and forget about life. They are a complete mismatch. Yet they actually wind up working really well as a team, which cuts against the grain. That is an important part of having an interesting character. There must be something about them that cuts against the grain. Jodie Foster's character and diverse Whammon character have none of that in this show. Like, none of it. They are bludgeoning their way through everything. Just one example, Jodie Foster's character, there is one guy in the whole town, one of her deputies. He's a young guy. He likes her. He has it not that way, but he admires her and he sees her as a mentor. And so they're kind of a buddy team. He's kind of always helping her out, but he's got a lot to learn. She abuses this guy. He literally has just worked a full day as a cop. He has been helping her on this crime scene. He goes home at the end of the night. He's trying to have some naughty time with the wife. And immediately he gets a call from her and she's like, I need you down at the station right now. I need your help with this. It's not that particularly urgent. It's not like literally a killer's going to get away. It's just, I just need a file. Go get me this file. And he's like, oh, well, can it wait? I promised that I was going to I was going to read the kid a bedtime story tonight. Did I just hear you correctly? Was that a no? And he's like, okay, I'll be there. Literally, she does this to this dude every single scene. He's literally just helped her all day long. He stole files from his father's office for her. Right after that, he's getting out of the car and he's about to go home to pick up his kid. And she's like, oh, no, you don't. You have more work to do. And he's like, really? I promised the wife that this and that. She's like, do you want to succeed at this job or not? I'm like, what? She is, but see, if there were a sort of dysfunctional but understandable reason, such as literally, if I don't get this, if I don't run down this lead right now, a criminal's going to get away with abducting another child, let's say. Okay, that would be like a sort of a understandable reason for a character to be a tyrant. But they would still be a tyrant, but at least that would be an understandable reason for the cop to be a tyrant. She doesn't have that. She just wants things. And so she uses this kid. She uses him to just get what, and she's destroying his marriage. She's destroying his marriage. And she doesn't care. And I'm like, she's not an interesting character. I don't actually understand. Okay, that's the other thing. I guess he's more like, I guess he's the captain. He's the police captain from like a neighboring city, and he decides he's going to take the case away from her, and he's going to give it to Anchorage. Anchorage is going to handle this. And she's been complaining that she has this. She doesn't want this case, but yes, she does want it, but she doesn't want it. That's basically her mentality. And she even says to the lackey that she's abusing, she's like, this case is a shitbowl, and I don't want it. And he's like, but we're stuck with it, she says. And he's like, well, you could always give it to Anchorage. This is literally what happens. You could just give it to Anchorage. And she's like, no, screw that. I want it. Okay. Later, the captain says, I'm giving this case to Anchorage. This is, as you would put it, a shitbowl, and we don't need it in our lap. I don't want it going sideways, so we're giving it to Anchorage. She pulls out her Max Galadriel girl boss, I'm going to get my way, and says, no, you're not. I'm keeping this case. This is my case. By the way, this is in front of everyone in the police station, right? This is an incredibly inappropriate conversation. I'm not saying there isn't a dramatic purpose, but in this case, it just comes across as ridiculous. It's like, why would you have a knockdown, drag-out argument with your captain in front of the whole department? Like, that could really, there's no upside for you as the subordinate to, because if he wins this, you're going to be humiliated in front of the entire department. Like, it's not in her interest to have this out in front, but she does anyway. And she pulls out some obscure regulation and reads it to him in that snarky voice, and he backs down. And he's like, okay, fine, you can have the case. But here's my problem as the viewer. Why? Why does she want it? I don't know why she wants it. I don't understand what in her personality is so connected to this case. There's no indication of that. It's a boring case. It's not a primal case. It's not like the cases in season 1 or 3 where there's this primal need to solve it. There's none of that. So when you're doing a why done it story, as True Detective is, what you need is obviously you need the detective character, but what you need is a case that desperately demands the reason why. I gots to know. And this case has none of that. She doesn't instill any of that in her character. And of course, it would not be a modern show if they did not have at least one instance of
put a ticket in it, make her gay. Fuck Indiana Jones, put a ticket in it and make her name it gay.
That's her daughter is literally, and this is a weird plot point, by the way. I actually don't know if it's her daughter, her foster daughter, an adopted daughter. I truly don't know. The show is very vague about this. But ostensibly, Jodie Foster's daughter in this story is having an affair. She's having a fling. I don't know if she's a young adult or a teenager. It's not clear. But it's implied that she's a young adult, maybe like 18, 19, 20, I'm guessing. And she is having a fling with a 16-year-old girl, okay? The reason I know this is because Jodie Foster is pissed about it. She's like, how could you? How could you? How could you have sexual relations with a 16-year-old girl? You should know better. And she's just reading her the riot act over this. And I'm thinking, well, that's bad. That's very bad. But then in the rest of the episodes, it just continues. The daughter sneaks out and continues having this romance with this 16-year-old girl. And I'm like, wait, is she of age? Is she over age? And this is with a minor? And there's this weird confusion about it in the story. And I'm like, because I literally don't know how to gauge this situation right here. And so there's just a very creepy element to this. So of course, this is a show littered with just the modern bullshit message. Every male in the show is either submissive, incompetent, or both. There is a cop in the station who literally every word out of his mouth is the wrong thing to say or something stupid. Every white male in this show has a beef against the Native Americans. Every conversation between Jodie Foster and the other cop is about how white people don't care. And the weird thing is, Jodie Foster's character, she is a racist. She basically is like, oh, don't give me that Native American bullshit. And I'm like, but why? There's no indication of why she's like this. She has a Native American daughter. So I don't even understand. So there's a scene where her Native American daughter is getting her face painted in a traditional way with some lines on her chin, okay? For no reason, Jodie Foster's, she gets pissed about this. She's like, why are you putting that on my daughter's face? It's just marker. It'll wash off. It's not a big deal. So, oh, don't put your whatever cultural bullshit on my daughter. We're just connecting her with her roots. Oh, shut up, Grandma Laundromat. What? What is this? I don't understand why she's like this. Dude, this show is such a mess. It's so boring. It's such a waste. I'm like, this idea of being a sort of locked room, murder mystery in the darkness of 60 days of night in the Arctic with the blowing snow. That's pretty interesting. That's an interesting setting. Jodie Foster, she's like a classic. She's got the chops to be an interesting detective character. And it is such a waste. It is such a waste, this show. So look, is it the wokest thing I've ever seen? Not really. I don't know. It's Max girl bossery. It's you know what it is? It's the sneering Galadriel from Rings of Power type girl boss. That's basically what you have in this show. It's that. And specifically what characterizes the Galadriel girl boss is she has literally, she's not competent at what she does, but she is assumed by the plot to be. She is mercilessly tyrannical to everyone she encounters, all of them, and she gets away with it without any consequences. That is Jodie Foster's character in this show to a T. She's just an absolute asshole. She is an absolute asshole. Now the problem is, I say this, right? I say, oh, this character is an asshole. And the shills would say, well, that's just because it's fine when a man does it. It's not fine when a woman does it. No, there is a way to do this where it's interesting. The problem is, look, Matthew McConaughey's character in the first season is an asshole. He is an absolute asshole. In fact, he's kind of unlikable. He's an unlikable guy, but what makes him interesting is he's devastatingly good at what he does, and he has a level of personal honesty about what he is. That is his save the cat. That's his save the cat, is that, and also, well, really, that plus the fact that even though he's a nihilist, even though he believes humanity is a doomed and flawed species and really, honestly, doesn't even deserve to live, which makes him unlikable, he has a save the cat which cuts against the grain, which is what every good save the cat does, every good save the cat aspect of a character, which is that he does care about saving the lives of future victims. He wants to stop the killer, and he's damn good at it. That makes us like him. And we understand the reason why he wants to do that. That is the element that is missing with Jodie Foster's character in this show. She could be an asshole. She could be an asshole that we like. The problem is she'd have to be a character like Benedict Cumberbatch's Sherlock, who is an asshole, but is a damn good at their job asshole, who despite their acerbic way of being, still kind of reels us in and makes us lean in and want to see how they're going to solve it. Another good example of this is the character of House. House is played by Hugh Laurie in that show, where he's this devastatingly brilliant doctor who can solve all these cases. Also, he's a giant asshole who literally makes you hate him in a lot of episodes. But he's so fascinating in his ability to solve a mystery, in this case, a medical mystery, that we can't help ourselves. We just want to see how, and we also kind of like seeing him screw with people because he does have a way of winning people over. And that kind of, and he does save lives. The fact that he saves lives makes us like him in spite of all of his flaws. He saves the life when no one else could. That's a pretty good save the cat. The problem with Jodie Foster's character is I have no sense of why she's a famous detective. I have no sense of why she's good at her job. I have no sense of why she even comes to work every day. Why does she do this? Why? In the case of Rust Cole in the first season, it's because A, he doesn't have the courage to off himself, and B, he would be bored doing anything else, and so he just feels a need to do it. That's a good reason. I understand his reasons for doing what he does. For Woody Harrelson's character, he has to pay the bills. For Mahershala Ali's character in the third season, it's because he made a promise to this father he would find his children or at least bring their killer to justice. And he's got a ticking clock. The sand is running out in the hourglass for him to keep this promise. That's a devastatingly good reason for us to be invested in this character. Jodie Foster's character in this show has absolutely none of that. It's boring as hell. It's a huge disappointment. So there you go. True Detective, Night Country. Skip it. Redoubt Productions is in the chat, Redoubt. I've returned from a weekend of touching grass. I don't know if it was enough to build immunity toward the forthcoming week's stupidity. Well, I had some good stuff to share on this stream earlier. If you catch it on the restream, we talked about the professional mindset and how Daisy Ridley is a great example of a professional. And how, what was his name? Schreiber something? That plays the guy in Halo is an amateur. And we did some Grizzy Shells. We had a good time. And by the way, I'm doing my best to be more active on the Discord. So links for Discord and Gilded are in the chat. And I will be there and I will check for your messages. I'm sorry I missed your message, Redoubt. That was my bad. That was the captain's bad. Wrangler says, House is a blast to watch, but it is not the slightest bit of fun to interact with someone like him in real life. No. That's a really good point, Wrangler, because we've been kind of on this subject of, like, what's wrong with Echo. If you missed it, Redoubt, we had Grace Randolph in our shill video is talking about how she loves Echo because finally, a criminal who's a woman who doesn't apologize for herself. And I'm like, well, where have you been the last, 7,000 years of storytelling? Hello, Lady Macbeth in Shakespeare is an unapologetic murderess, basically. So, and a great character, by the way. I love Lady Macbeth. And that's a 700-year-old story. So I don't want to hear this crap about women have never... the first woman ever who's an unapologetic criminal. Also, why is that so great to you? But in any case, so we're talking about that. And we're talking about how, like, what I think that comes down to is this bizarre idea that these intersectional feminist women have, that when a man is unlikable and nasty in a show, people like him, but if a woman does it, they don't like her because she's a woman. Now, and part of why I think they feel that way is because characters like Walter White, Tony Soprano, Don Draper, Dexter, these are all popular anti-hero, anti-hero to, like, basically bad guys that we are rooting for and that, frankly, in the pop culture zeitgeist are super cool. People just love these characters, But that being said, even though we may fantasize about, like, being a Walter White, building a meth empire, or being a Don Draper who lives this glamorous life as this madman and just, philandering and all that sort of thing, it's like, in reality, we don't actually want the life of these men, because these men have actually, the consequence for their behavior is significant. They pay a significant price for their bad behavior in all of these shows. And this is what Grace Randolph does not understand, or as Grizzy would call her, Chlamydia Burns. Why would you say that? That's so mean, Grizzy. I would never call Grace Randolph Chlamydia Burns. I would never. No, don't. Chat, you are not allowed to call Grace Randolph Chlamydia Burns. That's offensive. I would never do that. I would never say she's Chlamydia Burns. I would never call her that. Anyway. So what she's missing is the fact that Echo could be a successful anti-hero. The problem is the show does not give her the consequences of that. The show does not does not make her pay a price for that. And in order for us to be invested in a character like that, there really are, though. There really are examples of sort of like anti-hero females that are successful characters. I think there was like a show called Queen of the South that was about a female drug kingpin, but I actually named a couple. Laura Linney's character in Ozark. Laura Linney's character in Ozark is a great example of a pretty ruthless bi-itch, but she's also kind of fun to watch because she's very cunning and she gets her way. And it's very fascinating to see how she has an almost competition with her husband, played by Jason Bateman in the show. So there are examples of this, but the problem is, but that show imposes consequences on those characters, serious consequences on those characters for being who they are. And Echo does not have that. And so to your point, Wrangler, you're right. Like, would I actually want to have business dealings with Don Draper in real life? Not really. He may seem very cool to watch in the show Mad Men, but do I actually want to be a friend to a guy like that? Well, nobody's perfect. Obviously, nobody's perfect. Everybody has their things. But, like, Don Draper is a man that his life is a mess. His life is an absolute mess. His marriage is failing. His whole career is built on a lie. He can't even resist his worst impulses on a daily basis. Like, his whole life is founded on the hollow principle of pursuing wealth and clout in the advertising industry. So it's like, yeah, the idea of House is interesting, but do I want to be the guy? Do I want to hang out with House? Hell no. Like, I do not want to hang out with that guy. Jennifer Lawrence was you're right, Wrangler. Jennifer Lawrence was the first. So, yeah, exactly. I am not of the mind. Look, if you want to do an MCU superhero show for Echo, it's got to be, I think the best way to do it is a redemption arc, right? She goes through a redemption arc. But honestly, I think that they split the difference because, the writers, creatives of the show are just freaking idiots, but I think they couldn't decide what she was. Honestly, I don't think they could decide. All they knew was Native American disabled woman. That's literally all they knew writing this show. And insert crime drama tropes. Get that M8 for TV rating, please. That's all they knew writing this show. What could have been interesting is make her truly an unapologetic crime boss. Make her a bad guy. Make her a bad guy. I have no problem with that. And the way you do that, make her a bad guy, she pays a cost. She pays a cost for it. She wins. She does. I mean, I wouldn't have her beating the Kingpin because that's disrespectful bullshit. Look, I don't care. I don't care the scenario of the show. There is no way she wins anything against Kingpin. None. She is an absolute lightweight compared to the Kingpin. She is a lightweight compared to basically any character in the MCU proper. She is a lightweight. So she is one of the least impressive characters I have ever seen in the MCU. And that's saying something, folks. So truly a lame character. Now, but there is a, in the words of Paul Atreides in the Dune 2 trailer, I see a path, a narrow path, where she could be somewhat interesting. But, here's the deal. These are amateurs who have institutionalized their amateurism through the lens of intersectional politics. That means if a woman has power, and she is part of being a woman, she is part of a victim group. But any character with power who is part of a victim group is automatically a hero. Automatically a hero, moral, praiseworthy. They deserve the respect and the loyalty of all their family and friends and everybody else. And they deserve to win. And that violates all the laws of storytelling. It violates good storytelling anyway. It violates all the laws of cause and effect. Actions and consequences, and it violates the laws of morality, quite frankly. It just does. And that results in a hollow, uninteresting, and unfulfilling experience. Walter White, if everything came easily to Walter White, it wouldn't be a fun show. It wouldn't be an interesting show. If Walter White did not have to make really freaking crazy moral choices. If he did not have to make nerve-shredding choices in that show, it would not... If he just was the way he was and just got everything handed to him, and Skylar and the kids and everybody just loved him and saw, oh, thanks, Dad. You know what? I understand why you built that meth empire for us. Great. You know, we love you. You're the coolest dad ever. Like, if that was the reaction he got, that show would not have been a cultural phenomenon. It wouldn't have been a show because it would have been a failure and it would have been canceled after half a season. Because back then, Breaking Bad had to run on the profit model. It was on the profit model. It was airing on AMC on the TV network, which is a cable TV network that made its money from advertising and cable TV revenue. People ain't subscribing for AMC and they're not bringing in advertisers. There's no Walter White. It's just that simple. So there you go. What else do we have in the stack of stuff? I think I had at least one more thing for you because we talked about True Detective Night Country. It's funny, I was taking notes on the show, and I wrote down so many questions I have. You know, like there's a scene where diverse, angry detective, she's looking at the crime scene from afar, and one of the characters in the scene says, "You should go home." And I just had this thought. I'm like, why? Why should she go home? She's curious about the crime scene. Why? It's like that. It's just such a cliche. And then she's like, this case is tied to Annie's case. I'm like, how? How are the cases tied? They're totally different. This is the murder of like 10 Arctic researchers, and you're talking about a 20-year-old cold case of a young woman who was victim of a hate crime, of course. Native American woman, victim of a hate crime, obviously. And by the way, all the white men in the town don't see a problem there. They're like, oh, well, you know, I guess she had it coming. Oh, geez. Oh, wow. Real nice town you got here. So I just found myself like, how are these cases even remotely related? I don't know. Who cares? I wrote, why are modern characters idiots that just bludgeon through everything? Why? Like, you know, Jodie Foster's character shows up at a class. She goes to consult this local high school teacher. She shows up at his classroom. He's in the middle of teaching his class. She says to the class, okay, class dismissed, everybody go home. The kids get up and start filing out of the classroom. And this teacher, he literally has this sort of meek, you know, anemic, like, no, guys, class, no, class is not dismissed, sit down. Everybody ignores him, his whole class leaves. Ugh. Class was not over. What do you want? And I'm like, what? What? In what world is this guy going to let this cop, he knows her, but even so, why is he going to let her just, you know, send his whole class home? And why? Why does she do this? Because she needs a consult. She's like, I need your help on a case. I need your help. Look at this file. Tell me what you think. I'm like, oh my God, this is so ridiculous. So why are these characters like this in modern story? They just walk around ordering things, demanding things, doing things, and people just go along with it. I'm like, and let's face it, folks, it's mostly the women. It's mostly the women. You know, they got a big old case of penis envy. You know, they're like, they think that men get to do this. They think that men get to walk around demanding things, tyrannizing people, ordering things, and just whatever. They just get whatever they want because that's being a man. And it's like, no, it isn't. I wish it worked that way, folks. I really do. I wish it worked that way. It'd make my life a lot easier. I can tell you that much. But in any case, so, you know, I'll tell you something. The Walking Dead, okay? The Walking Dead is the turd that will not flush. It just is. Now, I don't care about The Walking Dead anymore. I liked it when it came out. I liked the character of Rick Grimes. There was about half of that series that was pretty good. You know, mix and match. Some seasons better than others. Some arcs better than others, okay? But it got to a point where I'm like, this story has been told. The story's been told. It's over. There's nothing more to tell here. Every single season has devolved into fetch quest for missing person or thing wanted. On that journey, odd couple who are at odds with each other and hate each other but have to work together for some reason stumble across evil dystopian society, which is not all that it appears to be. And, oh, gee, is this a community of cannibals that are eating people? That, well, they're serving ice cream, so I guess it's okay because, oh, no, they're cannibals. It's like that's every season. It's like, oh, is a benevolent leader of charming community possibly secretly a dictator who'll never let us leave? Well, he seems pretty. Oh no, he's a dictator. He won't let us leave. It's like every season. It's like every single one. And I'm like, what is the point of this show? Why make more of these? Every single one is the same stupid thing over and over and over and over. And it's but really the fumes that Walking Dead is running on is the melodrama of characters. It's basically become a character melodrama, not a drama, because drama implies that there's actual new ground to break, that there's actually interesting tales to tell about these characters. No, this is a soap opera in the zombie wasteland. There's literally nothing left to discover in this wasteland. All the rules of the zombies have been fully exhausted. There is nothing new to show about the zombies. Absolutely nothing. Every kind of dystopian society has been explored. There is not a new dystopian society that they're going to show us that is going to have any real meaning in the story. And I'm not, but for some reason they made this new show with Daryl Dixon, who admittedly, I love Norman Reedus and I love that character. But it's the same story. I am lost in a wasteland. Is this well-meaning society actually? It's a dystopia. Uh-oh. That's okay. And then they made this other show with Maggie and Negan. Also, I like the character of Negan as played by was it Henry Dean Morgan, I believe his name is. I like this actor. I like he played the comedian in The Watchmen. And he had, in my view, he was the last best villain arc in The Walking Dead. After the Negan arc, after that was over, that's pretty much exactly the moment where I'm like, okay, that was Avengers Endgame. That's the end. That really is the end of the story. There's nothing more to tell at this point. But they just kept going. Well, finally, The Walking Dead ended. I literally tried to just watch the end of the series just for curiosity. Let's just see how it ended. Folks, I can't watch it. It's so boring. I can't understand. I'm like, how did this show go from being so interesting to so boring? Well, it turns out they're making another show. Now, this one, I had to watch the trailer, though, because this one has Rick Grimes coming back. And like any good soap opera addict, I'm a little bit curious. So, want to watch it? Let's just give it a shot. Hopefully I don't get blocked. Let's run it as long as we can. Dude, okay. I hate to say this. This is basically the same plot as the Daryl Dixon story. Daryl Dixon's story in his series is I'm in France and I have to get home. Maggie's story in the other one, what was it called? It's the one where they're in New York. Dead City. That's the name of that one. Dead City. Her plot is she's got to find her lost son. She's got to find her lost son and get home. The plot of this is Michonne has to find her lost love, Rick, and Rick has to find his lost love, Michonne, and get home. It's the same story every series. Is it a dystopian dictatorship? Oh my God, it's the same shit. It never, oh no, it's another dystopian fascist dictatorship. Oh gee, where could I have predicted that? Let me make sure I'm not getting blocked here. Okay, yeah, it's giving me a warning. All right, that's pretty much the end of that. I'll tell you what, I'll mute it and see if it lets me off the hook there. Interesting thing about Walking Dead. Okay, when the show came out, This is before we literally had to hear about DEI in every single series. It was before that. It was back in sort of the time when there would just be diverse characters and nobody was talking about that. It was just how it was, right? And Walking Dead comes out from the very first episode. Very diverse cast. Very diverse. They even have a kind of small little moment in the first episode in which Merle, who's kind of a good old boy from the South, and he kind of says a sort of half racist snide thing, and it's definitely racist, but it's like on the mild end of the racism spectrum. And Rick basically, rebukes him and says that doesn't matter anymore. It's all about survival now. And that was basically it. That was pretty much the end of it. And the rest of the series is there's people of all different walks of life. That's it. That's just it. It just is. Now, the weird thing about that, right, is nobody needed to ask for it. Nobody needed to have red carpet interviews about the first person of color in the zombie apocalypse. None of that. It just was. But the weirdest, and I've said this before, it's almost worse. It's almost worse in the naturally diverse stories, right? Because in the, when you have Captain America, they bitch about how, well, a black man can never play Captain America, they say. That's bad. That's very, very bad. But you would think they would be happy with The Walking Dead, which has always been diverse. Always. But my experience of the show is, it's like you could just see the DEI, the creep. It's like the mission creep. It's like, well, if it's this diverse, well, where's all of the disabled people? Where are all of the deaf people? It's like, and so the weird thing is they've turned this into a platform when it didn't have to be. It was already diverse. There's no, you don't have to fix it. It ain't broke. Real monsters. We are the monsters. Lie down, we're down. Well, sorry, but the thought of another zombie product puts me to sleep. Dude, that's why I was so disappointed with the Last of Us show, because I actually was excited for that one. I was into it. The first 2 episodes, I was super into it. I was like, that's pretty good. That's a pretty good start. I like this idea. They're playing with it. I was immediately annoyed. I was immediately annoyed that they changed the part of the game that the spores don't infect you, because I thought, well, if it's just a bite turns you into one, then all we have is another zombie story. Like, you just killed part of what makes the cordyceps zombie idea so interesting, is that it's a totally different take on a zombie outbreak. It's like, leave it to dumb Americans to strip out of the original. Wasn't it a Japanese-made game, the original Last of Us? Maybe it wasn't. Either way, now that I think about it, I don't actually know that much about Naughty Dog, so never mind. I don't actually know, because it was on... No, not the TV series. I want the... Anyway. It just was such a fascinating concept, and they changed it for no reason. And then it wasn't even just that they changed the concept. Then everything from season 3 on was an absolute snooze fest. It was typical Walking Dead crap. It was just like, oh no, we got ambushed. Oh no. I'll tell you something, at least in Walking Dead, Rick Grimes is a freaking boss. Like, he lays down some wasteland justice. Now, he doesn't start out the show that way. He starts out the show actually pretty naive. He gets pretty badly ambushed in the beginning, but as he learns, he gets way better. It's like Pedro Pascal, he never learns. He's supposed to already be a badass. Like, he's basically supposed to be at veteran Rick Grimes' level at the start of the show. That's the whole point, is that he is the only man qualified to get Ellie across the country. And he literally is just snowplowed every single episode. It's so annoying. I was so disappointed with that show. I really, what a wasted opportunity. And even knowing that, like, well, there's no chance the second season's going to be good, I still was hoping the first season would be good, because I was down for at least one good season of this. I was like, look, I am a classic science fiction fan. If you give me an irresistible sci-fi concept, I can't help myself. even if I don't like the creatives behind it, I can't help myself. I'm like, okay, I got to know how that turns out. ISS is a perfect example. I even heard that ISS was a crap movie, and I still had to see it because that concept of astronauts on the International Space Station watching World War III nuke the planet helplessly from orbit, that is fascinating. I was like, I have got to see how they handle this psychologically. I've got to see what are their plans. Do they have are they going to try and survive up there? Do they, you could almost do a story like The Martian, right? Where he's stranded on Mars and the story is about how he's trying to survive on Mars as long as possible. He's got to farm his own crops. Like, what about a story like that? Oh no, the world below's been nuked. How are we going to plan to survive on the International Space Station for at least a decade while the radiation fallout settles or something? That would have been interesting. That could have been such a fascinating story. Or how about a story about, okay, we have to escape back to the surface, but where could we go? And what would be our plan when we get there? And what does it mean now that all of society has fallen? Like, those are such fascinating philosophical themes. It's like that movie, it explores none of it. It explores absolutely none of it. It is such a boring, just lowest common denominator plot. It's really not even a very good plot. The movie just sort of happens. Just shit happens. That's basically what it is. Russians and Americans get orders to take over the station, and a bunch of weird shit happens. So disappointing. It's so But even though I kind of knew there was a good chance that's what I was in for, I still couldn't resist it. I at least had to see the part of the movie where they're looking out the window. Oh my God, it's getting nuked. Oh no. And I have to admit, that part of it wasn't bad. I was like, that's pretty interesting. But literally the next thing that happens is the characters say, shut all the windows and nobody look outside. And everybody obeys. Nobody looks outside after that. Oh my God. What, really? That's such a wasted opportunity. And also, who would obey that order? Like nobody. Nobody's gonna say, oh gee, my whole family is down there right now. It's like, oh, but I'm not gonna look out the window because that's bad. I shouldn't look out to see what's happening. That's not even human nature, folks. That's not even how human nature doesn't even work that way. Don't think of a pink elephant. What are you thinking about right now? You can't help it. You can't say, don't look at the planet being nuked below. Nobody's going to say yes. It's not possible. So yeah, so what I was trying to say is that, look, I will give any good science fiction concept a chance. Any. Just give me something tantalizing I can't resist, and I will give it a chance. And it's you've got me to lose in the audience. All you got to do. Tell you what, pretty good one is, what if all the nuclear testing in the Pacific accidentally irradiated a little-known prehistoric creature and turned it into the size of a skyscraper, and it was indestructible and it attacked Japan? What would you do? Like, that's a pretty good plot for a movie, and it turns out it's a pretty damn good movie, and it was awesome. What would that mean? What would that mean for humanity? That's such an interesting comparison, too, because I watched ISS, and then I immediately watched Godzilla -1 minus color, and it's almost like it's an exact comparison of where it was missing and where it worked. Because I think one of the reasons why Godzilla -1 is so damn good is because all of it is through the perspective of Shikishima and his friends, and just him looking up at this monster, and and the music is so perfect too, because it's the horror. It's the absolute horror of what this thing represents and how unstoppable it is, and what can a tiny little human, at its feet possibly do to stop it? Like, that is so interesting. And the fact that the movie puts those characters through the paces of, like, how can you even muster the courage to face this thing, let alone stop it? That's so well handled in that movie. And it's like, ISS is a film that sort of has all of that, but in this case, it's a nuclear holocaust. What does that mean? What can we do? How can we even, muster the moral courage to face it? what a golden opportunity for a science fiction concept and how totally wasted it is on that movie. It's so disappointing. I don't like it. I don't like it when I go to a movie like that and it's not good. Trust me, I really hate that. I really was bummed when someone said ISS sucked. I was like, oh, really? No, I really wanted this one to be good. I really did. It's like I want all of them to be good. And it's just, yeah, you know, you can't get everything you want. It just is how it is. So there you go, folks. Well, we've had a great show tonight, haven't we, folks? Had a great show. Oh, yeah. Oh, my gosh, I forgot it. Okay, we're going to wrap it up. We're going to wrap it up with one more headline for you. One more to send you on your way. So we had a great show. Everybody showed up. We had Wrangler, we had Star Fury, we had Erigmar, we had Redoubt Productions, we had Tom. Who am I forgetting? Poyo Surf popped in. It's been a great night. I appreciate having you all here, spending another Sunday, setting us up for another great week, facing the dance of creation. But try this headline from Game Rant. Rumor, now it's just a rumor, this may not be true. Madam Web ruins the most iconic Spider-Man quote. Well, frankly, it's going to ruin more than that, but I'm just going to skip right to the lead. So according to the X-Twitter account, Cryptic4K Madam Web will feature a different version of the quote, which is, with great power comes great responsibility. Now, if you've been watching this channel, you know, my favorite superhero of all time is Spider-Man. That is Peter Parker. Peter Parker is Spider-Man. And he is my favorite superhero. And one of the reasons he's my favorite is exactly that line. With great power comes great responsibility. In one sentence, it describes the moral center of Peter Parker. It describes, you know, how he was instilled morality because it came from his aunt and his uncle who instilled those lessons in him. That's such an important part of his character. And it also describes the basic core principle of, frankly, superheroes. That's basically the core principle of good superheroes. Now, according to the rumor, the new quote in Madam Web is going to be, quote, when you take responsibility, you will gain powerful abilities. This would significantly shift the traditional Spider-Man mantra, emphasizing personal responsibility leading to power, rather than power intrinsically creating responsibility. So while Cryptic4K Qual has previously leaked accurate Marvel-related scoops, Sony has not confirmed this rumor about the quote change. But if this is true, that they're changing, and by the way, is it really that much of a stretch that they would change it? When you take responsibility, you will gain powerful abilities. My response to this is this actually fits perfectly with the modern moral conceit of modern superhero storytelling. Perfectly evidenced in the show Echo, but in so many others, which is as long as you are insert victim identity group and you achieve power, you are moral and praiseworthy. Meaning it is a mental attitude which at its core prizes power above all. Frankly, to echo Lord of the Rings, the woke prize power above all. So to them, power is not something to be used with great care. Power is not, by the way, you know, it's not you have a responsibility for activism. It's when you have great power, you have a responsibility to use that power in service to others. That is the point. It's about service. And so they don't see power as service. They see power as validation. It is something they are owed. It is something they are entitled to, and it is something that is only the best when you use it on people. Wow. That would fit the facts perfectly, in my view, and would be a very sad statement. So, Madam Web, that movie is going down in flames. That's going to be a fun one. That's going to be a fun one to just watch that one, just like the Hindenburg baby. That one's just going straight to the bottom. It's going to be so glorious. It's going to be good. I am here for that. So Well, folks, let's wrap it up. It's been a good one. But we've, Daisy Ridley, class act. A study in how to have a professional mindset as a creator. And we've had some good ones. I always forget the name of this actress. No. What is Miss Marvel actress? Because she's another great example of this. Iman Vellani, that's it. Okay. Yeah, so Iman Vellani, Daisy Ridley, Henry Cavill, great examples of classy actors. They're teed up for the typical, wail on the toxic fans, but instead they take the high road and they show themselves to be professionals, which is they don't take failure or success personally, and they deserve a hat tip from the captain. So a captain salute to Daisy Ridley. And a captain salute to Godzilla minus E1 minus color, which is absolutely phenomenal. Go see it. It's been a good one. So this is Captain Garrett of the Swords and Starships channel. Thanks for being here on the Captain's Cast. YouTube, Rumble, X, formerly Twitter. Like, subscribe, consider sharing with someone you know. If you like bring it, the more the merrier. So good night, my dear Swords and Starships sailors and Stardust, and I will see you this week, hopefully, with some new videos. And until we next meet, this is Captain Garrett saying, I will see you out there. Any minute now.